Hey y'all, how is everyone? How are y'all tonight? Can y'all hear me okay? Let me see who's in chat. Miss Eve, Miss Sweet Eve is here. I'm too honest for this. Hello. If I miss, I'll watch the replay. Keep Summer name out there. Thank you very much. I'm too honest for this. I appreciate you. Victoria, good evening. Good evening. I'll be back. Sweet. Get out of my way, Tinsel. The cat walked right in front of the screen. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Who else do we have? Diane Crawford, how are you? Hello. Miss Opal, how are you? Let's see what Miss Opal says today. Life can be tough, and sometimes you just need a gentle reminder that you are valued, you are important, and you matter. That is correct and so true, Miss Opal. Thank you for sharing that. Michelle Davis, did I miss you? I must have. Yes, I did. I'm sorry. Hello, hello. Vicki Windsor. Hello, Miss Vicki. And y'all can hear me okay? I'm going to turn my camera on here. Miss Tinsel, would you please move? Thank you, ma'am. Yes, okay, good. How is everyone? How are y'all? How has your week been so far? Has it been good? It's hot here as usual. Rain showers pop up in the middle of the day, and then just enough to either get you out of the pool or to keep you from mowing the yard or something, then it stops. It's been hot, like feels like over it. Well, the feels like it's been over 100, so. Oh, thank you, Victoria. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. My kitty responded, yeah. Yeah, it is hot and muggy for sure. And adult children. Uh-oh. Adult children. My sweet Miss Eve. Miss Sweet Eve is always here. I so appreciate her. Oh, I like your new thing, Miss Eve. It says Eva Hickman Gurley, Diva Girl Post and Sayings. Oh, I like that. I like that. Hi, Miss Sue. How are you? How are you? Hot? Yeah, it is hot. Give them moon and they want the universe. Well, yep. And they always come to mom and dad for that. I know my youngest, if she don't have it, she comes and shops at mom and dad's. And it don't matter what it is. I mean, it could be something for the yard, or it could be extra, gardening stuff, or what. I mean, here she comes. Find it at mom and dad's. They got it somewhere. Extra T-post, or, there's always something laying around here. Hi, Miss Ava. How are you? I call dad, Mama's tired, right? I get it. Oh, my nose is itching. The cat came right across here. So did y'all find the live last week interesting on what we found? What did y'all think about that? I was quite shocked that, well, I wasn't shocked. I wasn't shocked that that type of person would be around Summer. Um, I was more shocked that we didn't cover it at at length. That's what I was more shocked about. But I think maybe because so much was going on, with Summer, um, and there was so many misdirections and so many different things coming in. I think that is just why, maybe why we just totally just blew past it. We're gonna watch that video, finish watching it, or continue watching it. Um, and with us stopping and discussing, we probably won't make it through it, but that's okay. Um, I like it when we stop and discuss things and everybody's opinion and stuff. Cher's supposed to come, Cher and Mark. Um, she's working, I think, so she'll be in here. Oh, Master Odin, I like that. Cat is meowing, nothing in the case. Shocked. I know. It's not a shock that it's the evidence, or not, the information is not shocking. It's more that we didn't cover it more, that I think, you know, that it just shows you the dynamics of the people that were around her, whether they're related or not, like as in family, or whether he's related to the case and has anything to do with it at all, really is second to anything compared to the fact that he was just around her and was he was convicted or registered as, however you want to say it. Hello, Mimi Jean, how are you? Did you have a wonderful anniversary? Miss Mimi Jean did, and her husband have 40 years, she was telling us last week. So, who watches multiple times, so I understand. Yeah, yep. You have to sometimes, and it's good to do that because you miss stuff. Um, and I was just looking at my notes before we started this. It's kind of weird, but this live was June 9th, 2022, which I know this is July 9th, 2025, but it's still weird how we're approaching it around the same time of the year, you know, 3 years apart, in the summer again. So it's just weird how it came around. Yep, there's my tarot channel, which I'm going to try to go live tomorrow night, but I hope not. Excuse me, sir. Thank you. Very good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. There's Miss Wolfie in the house, my sweet friend Wolfie, my lovely friend, my sister. She is also from the great state that I am from. She doesn't live here now, but she's from this wonderful state that I live in. Miss Wolfie is. So, what we're gonna start, go ahead and start the video here in a few minutes. But if you have any questions or you have any opinions or any things that you want me to discuss and go over, there's not a lot. I want to find out, like, I know that someone had come in and chat and said that he was not there. He was in a different state when Summer went missing, but I don't know that for sure. I don't know that he was or that he wasn't. We just know that from what we showed last week and what we're going to show. If I have to go back a little bit, I'll go back a little bit. And it shows him listed as living at the same residence Summer lived at. So you either live there, you either are registered there, because you have to be registered in the state. You're supposed to be registered in every state, So you either are registered there and you lied because you want to live somewhere else and you just don't want them to know where you're at, so you put your name there, or you are really there. But, or, I guess you could have been gone on a trip, sure. But it's odd that his name would be there listed along with Don and Candace, and it's up till the next day after Summer goes missing. Maybe it means nothing, but it who who put the dates on there? Like, who turned him in as being there from 2018 to June 16th, 2021? Somebody had to have put those dates in there and registered him in there for that. So that's that for me. That's odd. Hello, Patty Ponytail. How are you? How are you? There are creepy people. That is my point too. Is even if it has nothing to do, even if he had nothing to do with it, why was he even around Summer and the boys? Why? With that record, why was he even around them? He shouldn't have even been allowed around them. Just like Sebastian's case. Why was she even allowed around Sebastian? She shouldn't have even been allowed around Sebastian. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's odd. That's for you to do those dates. That's odd. I mean, somebody had to have put those, like when we would move, in the military. When we would move, we would go to the post office and we would put in our address to where we were going to, and we would put the last date we wanted to receive our mail there, and when we wanted it to receive at the start at the new place. But we had to do that. But so that's what I'm saying. If you're registered offender, you definitely have to register with the state. The state wants to know where you're at, what house and everything you live in. So that's all I'm saying, is he had to either have lived there or he put it there and he was really somewhere else. I mean, and if he cut, if somebody says, "Well, he told me he was here," I mean, can you trust him? I mean, the record is not good. So pedo in the shadow, right? Exactly, exactly. So, um, I definitely want to talk more about this tonight in him, and I do know that at one time he was. I don't know how he's related to Candace, so or if he is related to Candace. Um, I do know that he was in her Facebook, one of her Facebooks. I don't know which one. Um, I know he was sent a friend request in one of them. So, whether he was kin or friends, either way, he was also connected or was seen. He was seen in the area where Rose's car was found. I don't know who reported that. I'd like to try to find out who reported that. I'd like to go back and see if I can find out who reported that, because I don't know. I don't know who reported that. But I mean, I don't know that he. I mean, why would somebody report you in that area if you weren't? I mean, I don't know. To have such a yeah. Yes, if you're not registered, you're in a violation. And go, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I would think that would be every state. So somebody had to register him there for whatever reason. Um, and whether he's related to them or not, cousin, nephew, whatever, there's still a connection of he shouldn't have been there. He just should not have been there. Yes, prayers for Summer. It is interesting, yeah. And Ava, if you didn't see the first part of this live, which would be, I guess, part two, um, If you go back and look, it's in that we showed where he was. But we'll see more of it in here. But if you missed it, you can go back and look, and it shows his aliases and where he was actually um, listed at Ben Hill Road, and I'll show it again here too. But and that he was seen uh, in the area that Rose's car was found. So I just find that too odd not to mean something. Yes, that's where she's from. Yep. Her car was found 30 miles away from there. And like a parking lot where like well, I think it was a store in a parking lot where like truck drivers and stuff park. And Cher told us about it. She said she had actually been there because she lived in that area at one time, and she actually told us about it and everything. So, if I'm pretty sure it still exists, there is Aussie. Hi, Aussie. How are you? Welcome, welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, thank you. Welcome in. Yes, thank you, Eve, for that. And that was the other thing, we were talking about the the clues and stuff, or tips. They should always be called right into TBI, um, not to the parents or not to, you know, somebody that's a YouTuber or something. They should always be called in to TBI or law enforcement. I know that they don't have much. I know that they're not very well very well liked, as far as that people don't seem to think they're moving fast enough in Summer's case. And I agree. I feel like they just came to like a standstill and they just stopped. Um, I don't feel like they've got went any further. Thank you, Wolfie. I got it. Thank you. Hi, Bama Budgets. How are you? Right? 100%. 100%. I am good, Miss Aussie. I am good. If this cat would she stepped get off my computer. I thought I thought she had turned off my computer just then. There we go. Okay, she keeps pressing on it. Little Miss Tinsel pressing on my computer. She ain't been up here all night and she waits till now to get up here. All right, let's go over here to the video. Let's see where we started. I'm gonna push it back just a little. Right there. So I can't see StreamYard side, so when I go up here to show the video, it should be loud enough for everybody to hear it though. And if I have to go back, I'll go back. Yeah, I have no idea why she does that, but she waits. She waits until I am busy doing something, and then she comes up here and pushes on my light and slings it around. And I'm like, you know what? You wasn't up here a few minutes ago. He is creepy, very creepy. Along with the Pied Piper, I call him. I call him the Pied Piper. Um, put this up here so y'all can see it. Oh, hello. Good to see you, Rapper. Hello. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Let's see where we get started here.
A lot of aliases.
Yep. Starting with the
A
alias.
lot of aliases. Linda Russo. Huh.
I'll make it bigger in case she shows the
Hmm.
bullets and stuff
I
on.
was trying to see.
She showed that she was showing.
See, they had that guy's mugshot labeled under Christopher Larson also, which is terrible. So I wonder what Wisconsin sheriffs think about Grandis keeping so quiet in Summer Wells' case and then coming out with a whole different story and adding a nap into the timeline and all of that. I'm curious what the sheriffs think about that and what they think about Grandis not wanting people over there to be searching the property after all of this time. And I'm curious.
Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that Grandis did not want um, them over there searching after a little while? Did y'all know that? Yes, we are going to continue watching Shared's video about him, her study session about him, um, and the information that she found and forgot she found. Forgot she found. Um, no, I don't remember that either. I don't remember that, but like I said, this video is from 2022, so that's a lot of time, in between now and then. So yeah, no, but not surprising. Yeah, I don't remember it either, but um, yeah, most people that it's kind of it might have not been like a big thing that was made a big deal of. I would think that would have been kind of kept quiet. But she obviously made and I don't know at what point that they wanted to search that she made this, that she wouldn't let them do it. Um, she wouldn't even let them look in the. Okay. She wouldn't even let them look in the basement. Yeah, yeah. I didn't see. I didn't know that she wouldn't let them. But I don't. Mimi Jean, do you know how long after someone went missing this was? Because this was June 9th, 2022. So it was like a year, almost a year from when Summer went missing that Cher said that she would not allow them in to search. So it had to have been within that year that Summer went missing. Yeah, in the basement. Yeah. Yeah, because they probably thought once that they had searched the basement, I don't know how many times they actually searched it, but once they had searched it, they wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. You know what I mean? That they wouldn't have to search it. Then they come there out of the blue to search it, and that probably didn't go well. Don't surprise them. You know what I mean? Okay, that so it was around the anniversary time of Summer missing then, and she didn't. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, thank you very much. See, that's why we call it a study session because we all learn. We all learn.
curious because we know from her own mouth that she has not been bothering law enforcement about where her granddaughter can be or what are they doing currently to help find her granddaughter, right? So is it the same way? The way they make it seem in Wisconsin is that she's very involved and she's at everything and doing all these things to help with the memory of her daughter. Cher, I always say once summer comes up, a rose will be found in all my readings I've done. That's kind of beautiful. A sex offender's address will be posted. That's what I'm thinking. So for him to be living at the same address as Summer and last seen there around the same time she went missing, that's kind of scary.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's weird. Let's see. Okay, what is
Cher's supposed to be here. They just haven't come. Something might have come up. She might have got caught at work late.
what is huh?
I used to love it when she would do her
I
study
don't know what
sessions
this.
because we could all,
Okay.
do it together and figure it out all together.
Who is this? This is
When she comes, if she gets back in here, or gets back in here, if she comes in here tonight, if she gets back in here, we'll ask her.
oh shit.
To be honest with this, we'll ask her. Okay, hold on. Let me stop it and I'll tell you, Patty. So last week we did a live on that I had wanted to do a live of Summer and Rose and compare the similarities other than the fact that they're family. So I went looking for some information on Rose, but there's not a lot. There's not a lot of information and a lot of creators like talked about her, but there's not like a lot of information that you can really dig into and go looking. So, of course, Cher says, you can have any of my stuff, you can use any of my stuff always. And I thought, well, I don't know why I'm looking other places when I know Cher has something. So I went in and started digging through Summer stuff or Cher's stuff, and I found this video of Summer about Rose and Summer. And I started watching it, and I was like, oh my God, why didn't we talk about this? So I, of course, sent a message to Cher, and I'm like, well, how did we miss this? No problem, Cher. No problem. I'm like, how did we miss this? Something's wrong. What did we do? How did we miss this? So I sent her the little clip of this guy, and she sent me a message back. She's like, how the F did we miss this? So this guy is and if she doesn't bring it back up more in this live, I'll go back and show it to you. This guy was living, according to records, he was living at Ben Hill Road from 2018 until June, get ready, 16th, 2021. Okay, 2021, the day after Summer went missing. He was listed at living at Ben Hill Road from 2018 to June 16th, 2021. He was also seen in the area where Rose's car was found after she went missing. So I was like, we need to discuss this. So we watched a lot of Cher's video on that, and so we're just going to continue watching that same video. Um, but since you didn't get to see it, I'll go back. I'll go over to the other side, and I'll go back, and I'll bring it up so you can see him. So we thought we would just continue digging into this and try to figure out why we didn't discuss it. And maybe it's something that's just part of Summer's history. The thing is, everybody around her was like this. Everyone around her was toxic like this and offenders. And so it's just another part of Summer's story of the people that are around her and what the environment she lived in. I mean, even if they don't, even if he has, my goodness, even if he's, can you tell there's a boy cat and a girl cat in here? Even if he's legitimately just like just a part of the case, just there, a part of the case, it's still the reality of his history is bad to be around Summer. Right, Wolfie. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, she says she definitely can. Nope. Never had a chance. So let me go over here. Let me go over here. I'll make him bring, let me go back. Let's go back. Let's see where
this. I haven't. Holy shit. Let's pull that back up. Babe, this is ridiculous. And why would he be listed with? Oh my gosh, what is this?
I think this might be where it's at.
It's crazy. I'll share it. I'm gonna share here in a minute. Okay, here we go. This will be better, I think, for you to see. Okay, can we see that better? Am I sharing screen?
So this.
Okay, hold on. Marcos was also seen working at a gas station in Wisconsin the day she went missing. He was suspect number 1 for everyone in beginning. Okay, so we have this dude here who, and all his aliases, Harris. Whoa, is this dude related? I know it's spelt different, but we got now Harris is kind of a common name, I'm going to assume, because my best friend's last name is Harris. And okay, so we got this dude here. It's the same dude. March 25th, 1992, first degree rape of a child. Okay.
Hello, my friend, my sister.
Hey, Claire. Hey, chat. Hi, Bama. I'm too honest for this. Mimi. Miss Eve, Patty Ponytail, everybody.
Yep.
Wolfie, Ava. Yeah, you guys know me. I'm an open book. I'll share all of my thoughts and opinions and theories, of course. Yep. Hi, Michelle. Sorry, sis. I probably told you to start earlier, and then, yeah, we've been overheating over here, and I fell asleep for a bit.
That's okay. Everyone is saying hello.
Hi, Victoria. My word. Definitely not beautiful today. Overheating and freaking just trying to stay cool and hydrated in my bikini top because that's all we can be wearing right now around here. A peacock bikini top. I got an
It's
Ariana Grande
mhm.
ponytail going on with my dreads though. I'm kind of digging it.
Yeah,
Your cat is so talkative today.
I know. They waited till I got on live. They've been quiet, totally quiet till now.
Of course.
Hmm. Was this the gut that Candace would defend? Or I know you meant Guy. That Candace would defend and said it was her cousin or a different person. That is what I'm being told. This is that.
Oh, Marcos,
Mm-hmm.
Marcos. I think it was we landed on, right?
Yep. Yep. It's only 110 here. I know. I feel you.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I'm good feeling like in here. I don't want to complain too much because we know I'm not a fan of the snow in the winter, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad to be here before we know it.
You're right, Bama. He does want to be a YouTube star. All three of them do.
Mm-hmm.
Michelle, yes, I
Hi,
read.
Ava.
Okay. Okay. Yes, that's who that. I guess that's how you say it. Marcos is how you say his name. I'm guessing.
I think so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, yep, you're right. Right. Yeah.
Hey, Kiki.
But I just never, you know, I don't know why we didn't talk about it more.
Yeah, that's a weird one, but there was so much always happening that,
Mhm.
and maybe that's why there was all these distractions for reasons, and maybe we were supposed to get distracted from that. So here we are now.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. And I was looking too, as it was June 9th, 2022, the first, this video that we're looking at, you done that. And I'm like, well, that's weird because this is July 9th, 2023, 2025. And it's like, it's the same time of the year that we're discussing it. June, July is just a month.
oh, look at that. There you go.
Yeah. So it's just kind of
Talk
weird.
about the timing.
Yeah.
Timing.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Always defending him. See, I don't get that. Um, I don't get that.
What does this mean? Wait. I went to highlight a comment, like it was my channel. I'm trying to respect the creator by disgusting words, sick and my oh, by covering up words.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate that. Yeah. Sick motherfucker.
Yep.
Or
You were
mother
just,
trucker. I was gonna say mother trucker. Here I go saying it. No, yeah, we'll try. So that
yep.
we only will look in the first 30 minutes. So if we get through the first 30 minutes and watch our mouths, we should be good.
Yeah. If I'm allowed, if not, delete, but locked him out a long time ago. Yeah.
You want me to put a shirt on? Does it look like I'm naked?
No, you're fine.
Or I can just turn my camera off, I guess.
No, you're fine.
Well, you have your camera on though. I want to try and be on camera more. I know that.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So let's go over here. I was explaining to
What about lip lock?
I think
I can't see YouTube's side of
I,
chat, only StreamYard, and StreamYard's kind of shitty sometimes for showing, or what they show, what they don't show.
well, I was talking to Mandy today. She was that, just because she hasn't been around for a while, but she's been so busy
Yeah.
with her grandbaby because her daughter got that third shift job. So that puts, Mandy keeping her. But I told her, I'm like, well, StreamYard's
Wow.
changed like twice since you've been on StreamYard. So have fun because it keeps changing. There's Aussie.
That was such a pain the other night. I'm gonna have to figure it out.
Yeah, it is a pain. Yeah.
Hi, Aussie. No drama. Well, sometimes it finds me.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You are fine. Hi, Angie's Life. How are you?
Hey, Angie.
Oh, I hope you're not in Texas. I know that is so sad about Texas. My friend lives in Texas, not too far from there. It's really sad. I've got family in Texas, but they're like Dallas, Houston. They're not there. Okay, let's go over here. So Cher's gonna break it down for us. There's two of you, Cher.
Oh,
Did you
yeah.
notice that? One right there. One.
Yeah.
Is this
Oh,
one of the
hold on.
people that come with Jose in them? I don't know. I'm just saying. But we got, and the last name Harris, Christopher, Marcos. We got all these aliases. What H's last name is Harris, right? But it's spelled different. Is that a coincidence that we got two sets of suspects here now that do use an alias of Harris? Christopher M, Chris Marshall. So Chris Marshall Harris or Marcos. Chris Marshall Marcos. And yeah, last known address, Grantsburg, Wisconsin. That is, did he work at that damn? Sorry, guys, I'm like not paying attention to the chat right now. Grandis's nephew? No. Okay. What? We gotta go back because for sure this dude is listed as being a resident on 110 Ben Hill Road, and he has a first-degree rape. I want to just see what that means. What is, because I like the different degrees. First degree. First degree rape involves forcible compulsion and may occur with the use or threatened use of a deadly weapon, kidnapping, infliction of serious bodily injury for the alleged victim. Whoa. Oh, whoa. Okay. I gotta go back here and find where did I see this dude listed as a resident. This is not good. I don't like that. And it
And I was asking Cher earlier. Um, yes, prayers for Texas, absolutely. I was asking Cher earlier about why if Rose, and I didn't even think about it until recently, if Rose was married, why did she go by Bly? You would thought she would have her, she would go by her married name, but even her flyer says Bly. So I thought about that today. I'm like, man, that's weird. Why would she not? I know that you cannot change your name. I know that that's a thing. You cannot change your name, and I know some people do that, but it's odd. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. I vaguely remember he was somewhere else. Or am I? Well, someone came in and said that he was seen on video somewhere in Wisconsin, but I don't think I don't know if it was ever proven. If it was ever proven that he was somewhere else. So if he was, I'd like to see the proof because right now it's showing that he lived at Ben Hill Road, um, and it also showed that he was in the area when Rose's car was found or the day Rose went missing. So I like if that's not true, then it would be nice to know that also. It was said no proof. Yeah, see, and I'd rather see proof than. And I'm not saying that he had anything to do with Summer missing. I'm just saying look at his record, and he's living at 110 Ben Hill Road, and Summer goes missing, and you know I mean, June 17th started following summer. Yeah. So I don't, I just don't. If he lived there from 2018, I can't remember the date. I don't think it said. I don't know if it said the month 20 from 2018 to 2021 day after someone. That's just odd. That just is alarm bells right there. Up until the day after she went missing, did he leave because police were coming to search? Right? And he didn't want to be there when they came around. Is that why? I mean, got to get my granddaughter at work. Okay, yes, be careful, be careful. True, what parent would allow someone? Yeah, I mean, even if you are related to them, why would you allow that around your children? Because what would make you think that they wouldn't harm your child? You know what I mean? I don't. Hello, Villanova. Hello, hello. Yes, it's public knowledge. It is on a. I guess you can actually just look him up. Yep, because Cher did. Yep, it is public knowledge. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Hi, my friend Megan. Hello. Hope you are well in Texas. Hope you are well. Didn't Grannis take Optimus? See, I thought she did, and somebody said that it was not like right after, but it was after. But I don't know the time. I can't remember the time frame of that either. Um, but they said it wasn't like right after. Is it a proven fact they can't? Right. Exactly. Yep. Yep. No way would I let. I don't care if you're family or not. And you probably shouldn't be around your family because that's when it's more likely to occur. You know what I mean? What did she find him on? I don't know. We'll go back, see if I can go back and look. I think it was early July. Okay. Yeah. Within 2 weeks, I'm too honest. Okay. I knew it was, I know it was kind of close in there. Yes, we're all well here. Good, good. Let me go over here. Let's go back a little bit. Let's see.
Okay, this is.
See if this shows us better.
Yeah,
Okay.
it fucking says that.
This is his dates when he lived at Ben Hill Road. Look right here.
Possible current residence for 110 Ben Hill Road. Okay, so we got this bad dude who has been to Grantsburg, Wisconsin, which is where Rose Bly was last seen, and as a resident at 110 Ben Hill Road until June 16th, 2021, y'all. It says that's last seen. You're over here sweating now? Whoops, that's my mistake. Hey, Wisconsinita, bitch. I'm glad I had that mistake, by the way. I'm glad we're looking into this because look I didn't see that. I'm sure there's other sleuths out there that have come across this. I haven't. Holy shit. Let's pull that back up. Babe! This is ridiculous. And why would he be listed with... Oh my gosh, what is this about? Okay. That's crazy. I'll share it. I'm going to share here in a minute. Okay, here we go. This will be better, I think, for you to see. Okay, can we see that better? Am I sharing screen?
Did you kind of see where she was looking it up from? sweater. Mm-hmm. You're right. Rock is right. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Marcos was also seen working at a gas station in Wisconsin the day she went missing. He was suspect number 1 for everyone in the beginning. Okay, so we had this dude here who, and all his aliases, Harris. Whoa, is this dude related? I know it's spelt different, but we got now Harris is kind of a common name, I'm gonna assume, because my best friend's last name is Harris. And okay, so we got this dude here. It's the same dude. March 25th, 1992, first degree rape of a child. Of a child. Okay. Is this one of the people that come with Jose in them? I don't know. I'm just saying, but we got, and the last name Harris, Christopher, Marcos, we got all these aliases. What H's last name is Harris, right? But it's spelled different. Is that a coincidence that we got 2 sets of suspects here now that do use an alias of Harris?
And that's the other thing that I caught too. Is did you hear what Cher just said? That's H's last name. And it's odd that that would be one of his aliases. Yeah. That's another creep factor for me.
Christopher M., Chris Marshall. So Chris Marshall Harris or Marcos. Chris Marshall Marcos. And yeah, last known address, Grantsburg, Wisconsin. That is, did he work at that damn? Sorry, guys, I'm like not paying attention to the chat right now. Grandis's nephew? No. Okay. What? We gotta go back because for sure this dude is listed as being a resident on 110 Ben Hill Road, and he has a first degree rape. I want to just see what that means. What is, because I like the different degrees. First degree. First degree rape involves forcible compulsion and may occur with the use or threatened use of a deadly weapon, kidnapping, infliction of serious bodily injury for the alleged victim.
So not only was he convicted of rape, but kidnapping is in there. And if you lived at 110 Ben Hill Road, if he did, in my opinion, if you did, the dogs would know you. The dogs would know who you are. They would have seen you if you'd been living there from 2018 to 2021. And, you know, according to Dawn, she was taken off of, put in a car and taken off of that mountain, that up there at Ben Hill. So, and then his last date being there is June 16th. It's all odd for me. I mean, it all just makes me just side eye it. I mean, it's just like it I just don't like the feeling that I get when you hear all of the different people that were around Summer. I mean, I can't imagine living like that with all of that type of people around you constantly like that. I cannot. Cher went through a lot to get information she got on summer. You're right, she did. She Eve, she sure did. She went through a whole lot. And I totally respect Cher for all the hard work she put into to helping, try to get stuff out there and you know, just going and asking the questions that most of us wouldn't ask or going deeper than most of us would even want to go. But she got we found out a lot of things that Cher found out. So, and this is just a little jewel that was sitting there hiding. And if nothing else, it just shows you the dynamics around Summer.
Whoa. Oh, whoa. Okay. I gotta go back here and find where did I see this dude listed as a resident. This is not good. I don't like that. And it. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the images. Okay, yeah. Cousin is so that's a nephew to Grandis. Does that make it Rose's cousin? I don't know. I really don't know. I just want to find where he is listed as a resident again. Where did that go? What the fuck? That is so weird. No, it's not. Oh, here it is. Okay. I'm like, no, it's not gonna freaking show.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Gross.
Okay, hold on. Oh, why is it doing that? Okay. Yeah, so he is listed right there as possible or current resident for 110 Ben Hill Road, Rogersville, Tennessee. Candace, Don, and then him. First seen around May 4th, 2018. May 4th, 2018. Last seen about June 16th, 2021. Now they have that on for Candace and Don as well, which we know that they were at that address later than June 16th. So it's almost like they're putting last seen as Summer's date of disappearance, although she was reported missing on June 15th. So even that's off by a day. But we do know that Dawn resided there. That is Dawn's house, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. But they all have the same last seen date on there, which is. But even for Christopher, first seen in there, May 4th, 2018. So we know that they can be off of it. So sometime in 2018 and 2021. Yeesh. Nisa came into the case when Summer went missing, talks to Jeannie and some others. She did the same thing in the Cash Gernon case. It's cool to speculate, but she puts out dangerous claims. Be careful. Yeah, I don't know who that Lisa is, nor do I really care to know who it is. If she has a problem with my content, she should just not watch.
Hello, Miss Smith. Welcome, welcome. Welcome. What's wrong? Local stuff. That's okay. You are perfectly fine. perfectly fine. I think it was over 100 here today, too. I was scared to look because it was hot.
Lisa K. Ruiz. Oh, a lot of good, true, unbiased information. Okay, well, send you an email. Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah, I see I got an email. Grandma's boyfriend. Oh, you think that's Grandis's boyfriend, Chris M. Marcos? Ugh. Well, we know Grandis likes him
Oh, here we go.
younger than her. She was all slapping on Benny's butt and everything.
Oh, I about died when I heard that. That was hilarious. Yep. Yeah, humidity. Here in Louisiana, the humidity's wet. So when it's hot, I mean, it's nothing to feel like you had to have like 2 showers a day. I mean, it's nothing. Nothing. Yep. Woofy. Okay. Let's go back.
Allegedly. That's terrible. I don't know, you guys. I have not seen that before. Christopher M. Marcos. Okay, well, oh. How would we know if he resided there? Clearly, he would have to register, right? Because, well, I mean, I would assume that it would be the law he has to register because he has a child violent offense. That's Grandis's nephew by marriage or something. Just so many creepers in this family because Grandis's brother is pretty disturbing as well and has child rape convictions. Christopher Marcos, right? Oh shit! First thing that pops up is his name in Tennessee. Really? What? Oh, that is him right there. Ew. Hawkins County searching for Summerwell's prime suspect, Chris Marcos and Rosemary Bly connection. What? What? I have not seen this. This is number one suspect? What? Oh no, that's just a YouTube channel. Okay, never mind. Searching for Summerwell's prime suspect, Chris Marcos and Rose Bly connection. Yeah, there's definitely a connection there. I mean, he's resided in the same area Rose Bly's car went missing in Grantsburg, Wisconsin, which wouldn't surprise me. That dude hung around St. Paul, Minneapolis, Grantsburg to the Minnesota border. It's right there. It's literally right there from Grantsburg. You'd cross right into, would it be like Rock Creek, Minnesota, or right around there? Because that's right around where I used to live, and it's right there at the border. I mean, wow, I didn't know that he actually resided at their house. So this is
It's very interesting, isn't it? Yeah, I heard that about Flagstaff Fancy Pants area. Let me see. I gotta read the other comment, I guess, for that to make sense. Flagstaff's beautiful and never pay the real estate prices. Oh, expensive. Okay. Yeah. Humidity. Yeah. And you're on an island in Texas. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Would you get out? Oh my gosh. She thinks she owns my little studio out here. Cats. Okay.
something I think I will email Don about and ask him, what the fuck was he doing living at your house? Like, I can send him screenshots. So I'll send him a screenshot of that and be like, what the freak? Oh, he's got quite a rap sheet. There's mugshots with 2 black eyes. Christopher Marcos. I'm not sharing my screen, am I? Because it's like gonna dox his phone number, I think. Huh. What does this say? Christopher Harris, Crystal Marshall, was in Wisconsin in 2009. Now lives 2 miles from Summer Wells. Boyfriend of Summer's grandmother. Registered sex offender, female preteen preference, turned down work on day Summer went missing as he was replacing a fence post line. What? This was sent in this was tweeted to TBI on June 22nd, 2021. What? So he was living, would it be him living in that down the road 2 miles? That's that shed or no? Freaking A. This is terrible.
And do y'all remember the shed was like a big thing too when Summer went missing in the beginning? The shed was like something was going on with they kept mentioning it. So it's just all too weird together. Yeah, it is. It is just so weird. Yeah, I mean, it's just getting rain soon, but it doesn't. We're too bad my side of the island. I always leave if it's going. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just don't. I don't understand. Well, I guess I can't understand it because I'm not that way, and I can't wrap my mind around how terrible it is. You know what I mean? And not only for Summer, but for the boys. He was around the boys too. And the other kids that were on Ben Hill Road, the other Jody Sue's kids that were on Ben Hill Road. Supposedly he was staying outside with camp. See, I did hear that. I'm too honest for this. I did hear that. But it's like hearsay. You don't know if it's true or not. Don drew attention to shed himself. Okay. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Slip or a distraction. Yep. And see, that's probably, I'm too honest for this, that's probably why she didn't want her camper searched. Remember when Candace told Chris Madonna, we can't go in there? We can't go in Mama's camper? He was probably in there. I mean, for all we know. Cher said she may be back. She's not feeling too good. It's so hot. She's so hot. It was locked and we can't, yeah. Yeah. But I believe they didn't want anybody in there. What do y'all think? You think that may be why? You think maybe he could have been in there? That might have been why they didn't want. I mean, I get it, really she didn't have to let Chris Madonna in because he was just technically he's not law enforcement. He's not he. She doesn't have to let him in there, but I mean, did she let law enforcement in there? Did they even search it? But that would be a good place for him to hide because, ma'am, ma'am, that would be a good place for him to hide though because nobody is allowed to go in there. And if he's quiet, which I'm sure he's good at hiding, he would be quiet. Yes, you're probably right. Oh, that's funny. You're right, Eve. She could be. Yep. Right. I agree. Something or someone, right? Yep. Mm. That's what I'm betting. Yeah. Hmm. Well, um, is it her name is also Candace, and Candace's name is Candace, is my understanding. So they call her Grandis to keep them apart. So that's how that got started, and she hates it, from my understanding. Right? You're right. We probably don't want to know. We probably don't want to know. Right. Yeah, I think that's what I was told that her name was also because there's like 3 or 4 Candaces in the family. That's my understanding. I could be wrong, but I think that's how it got started. Okay, Wolfie said. Yes, her name is Candace. Candace is her daughter, ND, also a grandchild name. I thought so. Okay. Yes, she does. Oh my back. Chris has always said his theory has never left the hill. Hmm. Oh, to his grandness. Right? Mm-hmm. She knows. In my opinion, in my opinion, in my opinion. My opinion, she knows. Yep. Hello, BJ. Thank you for being here. Right. Don't know what it is. Maybe they just it was easier not to put thought into it, or maybe they cared just that less to let them have their own personality and name, their own identity. Ugh. Yeah, because Candace's oldest daughter is named that Candace. What's it called? Candace. Her name is Candace. It's kind of weird what it's called. Let me see if I can find it. Um, Candace Flodden, Flodin. I don't know if that's her middle name or something. That was on the Facebook, so I'm not doxing her. It was on Facebook. Right, big old brains at work. Yeah, yeah. I don't blame her. Maybe she'll break the cycle. I'd probably go change my name if I could. Oh, I didn't know that. I did not know that. I did not know that. Right. It might have made their brain explode if they had to actually think of a name for those babies.
Hold on. Yeah. So yeah, this is TBI definitely knows this, guys. So because they're tweeting, I'm seeing that they're tweeting it directly to. Let me share screen here. They're tweeting it directly to TBI right here on June 22nd, 2021. So he turned down work. Who? Okay, I'm gonna find out who that is. He turned down work the day Summer went missing.
Do y'all see that on the side there? How it's actually says boyfriend to grandmother. So I don't know. I have to go back. I want to look at that again. Is that who put that on there? I want to go back and look at that. Is Mandy in here? Did she sneak in here? You did. You sneaked in here. Little Miss Spirit Seeker Squad snuck right on in here, didn't she? Hello, hello. We've missed you. I know you've been busy though. Everybody's saying hi. And if this cat is getting on my nerves today, been busy. I know. Yeah. So we're going to continue to listen to this. I want to look over here to the side because it actually has him listed as her boyfriend. But I want to see who has it listed. So let's go back. Whoever sent that to TBI put that in there. See where it says he's now lives 2 miles from Summer, boyfriend Summer's grandmother, registered offender, female. So they tweeted that to FBI. So that's whoever sent that to FBI is who tweeted it there. So I wanted to see who it was.
So he turned down work. Who? Okay, I'm going to find out who that is. He turned down work the day Summer went missing. But what is this?
I don't know if y'all heard that. That was my donkey. He was like right outside. My studio is right out like 8 feet away from the pasture. So if you heard a donkey, that you really did hear a donkey. Saying hi to everybody. Yep, you heard him. Did you hear Jay? Mm-hmm. Jay is Wolfie's baby. She loves baby Jay.
Oh, what? No, that's not him. Why did it show his mugshot? That's not him.
Come on, Sheriff, show us his mugshot.
Oh, so he also goes by Charles and Chris. What? Oh, shit, guys. He's lived in Texas and New York.
Yep.
Oh, what?
Yep.
Oh, shit. Here. I think I have his phone number.
You have his phone number. You're okay, Mandy. You are just fine. Right, he is. And that's what I was saying. I said, there's everybody keeps hearing things, but we don't have proof that he was seen on video. I've never seen the video. They say there's one out there, but I've never seen it. So, I mean, he's definitely side-eyed, especially if none of that is proven. Right. And that's so weird, isn't it? You would think that because of his history, he would stay in the mix of it all. You would think. But for some reason, and there may be other creators that did, discuss him. I haven't like I don't know all the creators that talked about Summer. And there may be one out there that did, and I just didn't see it. But I have not seen anybody I think there's other than Cher, there's one more person, and I didn't see it. I was, they told me in chat last week that talked about him. So uh, it's too odd not to be odd, not to have alarm bells. It just is for me.
What? Would he be in Fresno, California right now? This dude has a lot of aliases. A lot of aliases. Linda Russo. Huh. I was trying to see. See, they had that guy's mugshot labeled under Christopher Larson also, which is terrible. So I wonder what Wisconsin sheriffs think about Grandis keeping so quiet in Summer Wells' case and then coming out with a whole different story and adding a nap into the timeline and all of that. I'm curious what the sheriffs think about that and what they think about Grandis not wanting people over there to be searching the property after all of this time. And I'm curious because we know from her own mouth that she has not been bothering law enforcement about where her granddaughter can be or what are they doing currently to help find her granddaughter, right? So is it the same way? The way they make it seem in Wisconsin is that she's very involved and she's at everything and doing all these things to help with the memory of her daughter.
My
Sure, I
goodness.
always say once summer comes up, a rose will be found in all my readings I've done. That's kind of beautiful. A sex offender's address will be posted. That's what I'm thinking. So for him to be living at the same address as Summer and last seen there around the same time she went missing, that's kind of scary. Well, that's weird. Let's see. Okay, what is this?
Chat. Yeah, I'm telling you, these cats. You remember Candace saying Chris came to stay with them for a visit, but I can't recall when. Yeah. So they called him Chris. And I don't remember him much, and it's probably because they didn't talk about him much. They kind of shushed him out of everything. And so I don't know really how he falls in the picture other than, I mean, what do y'all think? Do y'all think they're like family related, or do y'all really think that he was Grandis's boyfriend? Oh, okay, Megan. Yeah, but that's fine. Please take care of Connor. Bless his heart. Bless his heart. Yeah, yeah, too quickly, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. Patty, my cat's she scared the poop out of you. Yeah, see, she uh is spayed and does not like the male cat who is neutered. Uh, she just does not. She just does not. Yeah. Yep. And I mean, I have not looked up to see if there's anything new on him. Um, so I don't know, like if he's gotten any more charges against him since then, or where he's at. But I just, as a as a female that lives in the house, I wouldn't want to go to sleep. I would be scared to death to have somebody in my house like that. I mean, I wouldn't have somebody in my, but I mean, I don't get the. I just my mind just doesn't get it. Just don't get it. Why would you want that around you?
Okay. What is Huh. I don't know what this is. Okay. Christopher
Let's see.
Marcos. All right. Okay. These are the screenshots that if you actually Google this guy, you'll actually see these screenshots. But let's go through.
I work sometimes.
So, Rachel Lynn, Natalie Inman. Okay. So, well, a few people are posting that works with and knows.
Sure, nobody's. Yeah, there isn't. You're right. There is no justifying it. Let me go back just a little so we know what she's talking about here.
Know this person? Do we know Monkey Mar? So I'm gonna pull up the video she did on Christopher.
So I think this is the creator that I was told about last week. Pretty sure. Let me go back just a little bit more here. And here, share status again.
Who is this? This is. Oh shit. I feel like we know this person. Do we know Monkey Mar? So I'm gonna pull up the video she did on Christopher Marcos. All right, okay, these are the screenshots that if you actually Google this guy, you'll actually see these screenshots. But let's go through.
I lurk sometimes.
So Rachel Lynn, Natalie Inman. Okay, so well, a few people are posting that works with and knows Christopher Marcos, that he is working at a gas station in Grantsburg, Wisconsin. He is on the current sex offender registry living in Wisconsin. I checked registry for current offenders in living in Tennessee and he didn't show up. Okay, that's not shocking because a lot of offenders will kind of move around and not register, right?
Mhm.
I checked registry for current offenders in Tennessee. He did not show up. That the guy people's been talking about that's 2.2 miles away from the Wells home is someone else. So I don't know what to think now. I really thought he was tied to it somehow. Can someone confirm? Chris was at work this morning. He works at a mini mart. Oh my gosh, I think I know. Okay. And a few people saw him at work this morning. He isn't missing. I'm sure the police are aware of his whereabouts. Where he works and where Summer lives is 15 hours away. Okay. So my question then is can this thing here, what is this a report on? Can this be faked somehow? I'm gonna have to try and find that. The way I understand it is these get registered. So if he was getting mail or anything at this address, yeah, I don't know. That's very I can't just ask like TBI or law enforcement. Did he live there in Tennessee? They're not gonna say, more than likely, right? But it's definitely interesting because he is listed as residing at 110 Ben Hill Road.
I rarely say anything, but this was out on June 24th at 5 a.m. my time. It's a public comment. Well, a few people are posting that works with and knows Christopher Marcos, that he is working at a gas station in Grantsburg, Wisconsin. He is on the current sex offender registry living in Wisconsin.
And again, this is hearsay, right? They're just saying that he is. We don't know that. We have no idea. Right? Me either, Eve. I mean, we don't know. I mean, just because they're saying it doesn't make it so, right? And I'm not saying that he did anything at all. It's just too many connections there, and like really no honest proof to say, yeah, he was here, yeah, he was there. And can you get it? I don't know. Would there be any possible way to prove he was working at a gas station? I mean, the people working there probably aren't going to tell you. You know what I mean? So Don twisted his son's story and tried to make it innocent, which is the whole lie. But there's no twisting Chris's charges. Right. 100%. 100%. He's gross. Yep. Mm-hmm. Right. And why is he listed as just living there through June 16th? I mean, that is just so like anybody would question that. Anybody would question that. Anybody would question. In my opinion, and I'm not saying he did it. Like I said, I'm not saying he did it, but it would be hard to prove that he worked at a gas station unless you checked with the gas station, and they're probably not going to tell you. And they probably, if you was to do that now, they probably be like, who? What? If he really was there, why use that? That's what I'm saying. If you lived in Wisconsin, why are you using a Tennessee address? It makes no sense. Look up the boogeyman in Arkansas that lived with Don. I'm going to write that down. I don't know what part of Arkansas. Oh, thank you, Miss Eve. I'm just very opinionated tonight because it aggravates me. You know, it aggravates me to think that you would be so reckless as to have somebody around your child like that. But then again, you know, your history is not good either. So, I mean, it does, however, make sense for people like Wells to have whoever stay there for, right. And I don't think I said hi to you. If I did not say hi to you, Soul Shaker, 5678, welcome. For people like Wells to have, yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah. And that's why I said earlier, I can't wrap my head around that because I'm not like that. So I can't wrap my head around it. But yes, you're correct. Thanks for pointing that out. I wasn't thinking like them, you know what I mean? And you have to sometimes. Google is easy to find. I found it. Okay. I'm too honest for this, okay? I will look. I will Google it. Oh, Soul Shaker, you got a channel? All right. I did not know that. I did not know that. Let me see. I can't subscribe to you from there because StreamYard will not let me do that. I mean, I can't click on it'll take me out is what I'm saying. And I can't leave. The boogeyman will never walk free. That's a good thing, right? Did he honestly, Don, they were friends or they stayed together or something? I'm too honest for this. Oh, that's okay. Hey, that's okay. Sometimes on my other channel, I just do videos and short videos, and I need to start going live again. But that other channel, I used to go live a lot, and then a lot of things happened, and I couldn't go live. So I was just putting my videos on there, and so that channel has a lot of just videos and short videos on it. It don't hardly have any lives on it. Okay, let's see. Okay, it wouldn't surprise me if they were related either. I'm too honest for this, right? What do you think about the therapy about they was getting robbed? Oh, the theory about they was getting robbed, as in Dawn and Candace was getting robbed up there on Ben Hill Road. I honestly don't think people would go up there and rob them. I don't think people would go up there and rob them. Now, the people in that area, like they all know each other up there at Ben Hill Road, and they, in my opinion, they all know what's going on around up there. I mean, it's a small area, um, but I just don't think that they would anybody to go up there and do that. I think they're full of shite when they say that. I just don't see them going up there and robbing Don Wells. I really don't. I really don't. I think it was probably a distraction. And are you talking about the tip, Teresa, that came in that said that I think that was something like that they had gotten robbed or something. I just I think I don't know if people, I almost feel like they would just be too scared to go up there and even attempt to take anything out of his yard. Oh, Don and his first wife. Oh. Mm. 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 Okay. I will be leaving the true crime community. I had a minor stroke today. I am under too much stress. I understand a creator is targeting me. I lost my mother 9 days ago. I can't take this anymore. Oh, seclusion works. I am so sorry. I hate that you're leaving, but I understand. You are more important than the true crime community. You are more important. Your family is more important. You must take care of yourself. Always take care of yourself. I am so sorry that happened. I will say prayers for you. I will send up good energy and healing energy. But I am truly sorry. I will miss you. I will miss you because you are always in here, and I love your interaction, and I will truly miss you, but I do understand.
Who is it? What?
Seclusion works.
Oh, are they taking a break?
He had a minor stroke. She had a minor stroke.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
So please take care of yourself. Please take care of yourself. But we'd like to hear from you every once in a while if you feel like it, okay? So we know you're okay. But I am truly sorry. I will be saying prayers for you. I promise. Absolutely. If they did get robbed, it was the uppers wanting payback. Well, that's true, Soul Shaker. That's true. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What? What would they steal? Old tires, nasty blue caps on the side of the right? Dogs. I mean, of course they had 5011 dogs, right? According to Don, that don't bark at nothing. That's what I was saying. If he lived there, um, then the dogs would know him, right? The dogs would know him, so they wouldn't bark if he left Ben Hill in a car. With Summer in it. Did I say that? I did say that. The only thing I think they would have that somebody would want to steal would be you're right, the rugs. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, prayers. Prayers. We hate to see you go, but we do understand. We do understand. And I don't understand why a creator would target you. I mean, I don't understand that at all. Another thing I don't understand tonight, I guess. Yep, I agree, Aussie.
It's
All right.
probably around these streets sometimes. But
It does. Annie D, hello. I get it. I get it. And it does get to be too much. I get it. Yeah. So I completely understand. That's right. Come back when you're recovered. If you want to. If you want to. And we will be thinking about you. You can always find us on Messenger too. I'm on Messenger. You can always find me and send me a message if you want to. Um, absolutely.
I pulled you up on the computer so I can actually see YouTube. Is Mandy coming up? Or is she kind of busy, Mandy?
I think I don't know. She didn't say. She said she was going to try. Much love to you, Seclusion. They would steal summer. You're right. So I think people in the neighborhood is very capable of robbing, and they do. But why would they take summer if they were robbing the house? Yeah. I just don't, in my opinion, I don't think they'd rob Don. Cher, what do you think? You think they'd be brave enough to go up there and rob Don?
I don't think it's about robbing Don. I'm sure he got robbed, like, things off the property like everyone around there, but I think it's more of an issue of who Don all owed and people wanted to take back. Is more the situation with Don, I believe.
Yeah. Because they were asking me what did I think about the theory of being robbed. Oh, there's Witchy Mama. Hey, y'all.
Hey, Witchy.
That's true. Kidnappers do, and Cher read in his description of the wonderful things that he's done. Uh, Kidnapping was one of them. You remember that, Cher? Probably. Probably.
Sorry, can you say that again? I'm back. I walked away for a second.
No, I said, what did I say? I don't know what I just said. Just that quick, I lost it. Oh, I said in his little list of accomplishments that he had, that he kidnapping was one on that list.
Oh yeah, yep, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Somehow I don't think DNC will share their wealth of rugs. You're right. Yeah, that's true. They could have just showed up. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. We're gonna make it back over here now. So, Sherry, you remember when we were talking about the other creator that said that he was somewhere else last week? Do you remember? Because we were talking about how we didn't see it on any other creator's channel, and this is the only other one that had really talked about it. This is where they're saying he was somewhere else, but it's only because somebody posted it somewhere or something. There's not like no proof.
Oh, Chris was at work. Okay, I got you pulled up on the computer now, so I can actually see the screen a lot bigger than on my phone. Hold on. Where he works. Where is this?
So they're saying that he was actually in these places, but they're just saying it. I mean, I don't think they're really proving it.
Yeah, how can we prove that, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's not like you can call the mini mart where he was working and ask.
I don't even know if it's open anymore, but I do.
Yeah.
That sounds familiar. We probably have. I probably have tried to do that.
And will they tell you? Because that's usually a privacy thing,
But I can't remember. But I do know that people did.
to see if you work there. Yeah.
I think people. Yeah, I think people did.
And this is what we're talking about now, how they're trying to say that he was nowhere around Summer. But 15 hours, I know it's still a lot of hours, but I didn't realize how close they were.
Well, who's driving? We all see how Don drives.
Yes.
Who's driving? 15 hours for who?
Yeah, right, because he made us drunk on that.
Yeah. I need some Zofran before we get anywhere near a car with Don.
I know.
Driving.
His tour he gave us. How are we supposed to see anything at 80 miles an hour?
For real.
So here we go.
I checked registry for current offenders and living in Tennessee, and he didn't show up. And that's a guy people's been talking about that's 2.2 miles away from the Wells home is someone else. So I don't know what to think now. I really thought he was tied to it somehow. Can someone confirm? Then they come back with, Chris was at work this morning. He works at a mini mart, and a few people saw him at the work this morning. He isn't missing. I'm sure the police are aware of his whereabouts. Where he works and where Summer lives is 15 hours away. I'll go slow. And then I want to touch on this one comment. This is exactly why people shouldn't be on a witch hunt. Let the police do their jobs. So, my question, and let's read this comment. The guy 2 miles from the home isn't and never was Marcos. Someone on YouTube started that rumor and people ran with it.
No. That's not true because you can actually find him listed at that address.
Right.
The person that posted about the fence line wasn't Marcos. Marcos also isn't Candace Hare's boyfriend. He's married to Connie Hare, her cousin, I believe. There's zero proof that Marcos was or has recently been in Tennessee. It all started because a people finder site, one of them, listed him at the Ben Hill address, but he could have used it for mail or been there years ago. So a lot of people too are saying that boy that was at the Lakewood summer.
It says last seen around the area though the same year she went missing, just 24 hours after she went missing. So that's on a public site, not that any creator themselves said or did that or whatever. Like that's registered some way, somehow.
Right. Yeah. Yep. And this is, I'm listening in the bushes, much love and good vibes.
Get out of those damn bushes.
Let's see what she says. I'm going to try to come up if this baby will go to sleep. She's clapping now. She's humming to herself to stay awake. She's fighting it. Uh-huh. Yeah, so they're somebody's really trying hard to say he has no connections to it at all.
Look at Matthias, here's your cat.
This is my pirate kitty. Matthias. Let's see. All right.
Summer's name is Marcos. This is why these rumors and these conspiracy theories, guys, let's go over and have a look at what Christopher Marcos looks like. Here is Christopher Marcos. Okay, let's go ahead and
That's
save
even
this
closer
image.
than when you had.
5'10", 165 pounds, blue, bald hair, white. He's 48 years old. Christopher M. Marcos. Registration began in 92. Compliant life registration. Last verified date was 9/29/2020. And here is his charge. 325-1992. Out of state. Conviction state was Washington. The case number, offense code, first degree, R of A. child. Ugh, I don't know about some of these people involved with Summer missing, like most of them. I just wish they would
Yeah,
find
they
someone.
suck.
So people that are saying
So
that boy
many
absolutely
terrible
did
people
work out.
surrounded Summer. He didn't have a
Yeah.
prayer. She
Nope.
honestly didn't have a prayer. Sorry, I'm on my phone, so everything's so small, but the computer is messing up. I was having you up on the computer screen so I could see chat better and screen better, but
I mean, that's my thing. I was saying at the beginning of this. It's not so much that I'm trying to connect him to Summer missing or Rose missing. Even if that
no, we're not
doesn't,
trying to connect him, but there is a connection, and that's not your fault,
and
No, and
it's just the fact that
worth
she
the
was around
conversation.
people like that. Look at the people that she was
Child
surrounded.
rape,
Yeah,
yeah.
and you have them in your home. I mean, he's
And then
listed as a home for a
Sean
reason.
Williams. And the day I named Sean Williams, who's in trouble for multiple thousands, hundreds of thousands of kiddie porn, and that's the same day that Candace puts my name on a tombstone. Same kind of company, birds of a feather.
Right, right. Oh, Hope floats.
That's
Hello, nice to see you.
a bit interesting.
Yep,
Hi, BJ Powell.
I believe he used that address and was back and forth, and that could be it too. But he had to have registered
I
himself
could
there.
see that. Yeah. Well, he has to be registered because he's a
Oh,
child sex offender.
yeah, yep. And I had said earlier too, he could have registered himself there, but lived somewhere else just because he had to have himself registered. You know what I mean? But that's very true. He probably did, BJ. He probably
Why
did.
is the Wi-Fi not working out here?
Uh-oh. Is it too hot?
That's probably it. Yeah.
Too hot.
You saw that shit. It is buried. Yeah, that's fine. I'm joining from my phone, but it's hard to see.
Is it working now?
Oh, no, we're good, sis. I'm just trying to pull your show up on the computer so I can see
Oh, okay.
the chat and the
That's
screen a
what
lot better
you
instead
said.
of the little bit on my
come on.
phone.
Okay. And you pointed out too in this video where he used a Harris alias, and that was H's last name, and I didn't connect that until tonight when I heard it. I was like, "That's right."
Right. Harris is a common last name, but we do have Hunter and all of them.
Mm-hmm.
We have other people with the Harris aliases being used in this case and Rose Bly's case. So
Yep. And there. Yeah. There's that. That's what I'm trying to say. It's just weird.
He
On
was
people
2.2
really say
miles
that.
away from where Summer Wells was last seen. Okay, so all the websites I've checked, the closest one at 2.3 miles away is Caleb Alec Wallen, 30 years old. So I went and looked for him because I was curious to see what he did. And is this creeper, man who set up sex date with minor, was actually online with police. I mean, you can't make it up. There are some really disturbed people in this
Whoa.
world. A Hawkins County man who allegedly thought he was setting up a sex date with a 13-year-old girl Tuesday evening actually met by detectives when he arrived for the rendezvous. September 13th, Hawkins County Sheriff's Office Detective Keith Long responded to an advertisement on a local buy-sell trade website looking for a girl to party in.
Yo, there's too many ties of this to Rosebud, to Summer Wells, and trafficking and all of that. This is actually very disturbing. Freak
right.
me.
Have fun.
Yep.
Although he
I still
the ad
agree.
didn't specifically ask for an underage girl.
And it's gotten even more disturbing as the case went on.
Yeah.
The HCSO recently underwent training to spot online child predators. Chief Deputy Tony Allen said the ad raised enough red flags to be investigated, and a deputy responded to the advertisement portraying a 13-year-old female. What year was this? This was actually first out September 19th, 2017. I wonder if he's in jail. or if he's out 2.2
Hmm.
miles away. All right, guys, that is what I have
Dang.
on this particular video, and I am still working on first out September 19th, 2017. I wonder if he's in jail. This was actually first out September 19th, 2000. A 13-year-old female.
What was his
Chief
name?
Deputy H. Girl Keith Long responded to an advertisement. Detectives when he thought he. I mean, you can't make it up. This creeper, man who set up sex date with minor, was actually online with police. I mean, you can't make it up.
What?
Did and
What the heck
this
is going
creeper.
on? Does
I
it
was
just keep
curious to see
rewinding?
what it did. And
Caleb?
Huh?
Does it just keep rewinding and playing the same part over and over?
Yeah, I don't know why it keeps doing it. I'll skip up a little bit.
That's been doing that lately. I don't understand it.
Let's see. Let's go back.
Well, no, we don't got to go
Like
back.
the
Just kept replaying the same part over and over.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I want to go back just enough to past it, I think.
He responded to the advertisement portraying a 13-year-old female. It's determined that the advertisement was placed by Caleb Eric Whalen. Okay, over the course of several days. I just want to see. Whalen arranged to meet who he thought was a 13-year-old female Tuesday evening in Churchill. Oh my gosh. Well, we got that Christopher Marcos under the exact same address as Dawn and Candace. 110 Ben Hill Road. You all saw that. I think it's possible that he was there. I don't know why that would just come out on there like that, but we'll have to see if we can find anything else.
Right.
Going to be seeing a lot more cases. So was he arrested? He was arrested. So I want to see when this cat Whalen was being held in Hopkins County Jail on $50,000 bond. So he got, oh, that's terrible.
I'm like, that's not enough.
He was
right. He needs more, much more.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Dumb enough to use his real name. Well, sometimes we like it when they're dumb enough to use their real name.
Yeah.
Not in jail around
Criminals.
when
Yep.
Summer went missing. I'm sure he would have to be investigated, right? For Summer, if he was not in jail, I would think. Oh wow. Frank Edward Light. So he's buddies with Frank Light. Shocker. That's not very shocking, is it? Disturbing.
No, not really.
Excuse me? This is disturbing, guys, but we're going to share this. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the chat. Hey, Lakeisha, he's still a monster. A lot of disturbing things in the family and in this area. Look what I'm about to pull up here. Hawkins man accused of photographing sexual assault of a 2-year-old. This is... Ugh. Bulls Gap, a sex offender with 2 previous convictions involving teenage girls, was accused of aggravated sexual battery of a 2-year-old after his mother reported finding photos on his cell phone. He was arraigned Monday in Hawkins County Sessions Court on charges including aggravated sexual battery, sexual exploitation of a minor, sex offender violation for failure to register at a new address. Well, that's great. Sex offender... Hopkins County has a very serious problem.
Yeah.
Here's another one. Man accused of raping 3-year-old.
Oh, it's sealed.
January 5th, 2021. Named in October 1st, Hawkins County grand jury sealed indictment charging him with aggravated rape of a child. And that's only punishable by 15 to 25 years? Jesus.
It's like they all just gravitate over there. Oh. Is that the picture you just sent me, Mandy? That's a big difference. That is a humongous difference from what we are just showing up here. Yeah. Wow.
The indictment alleges October 1st, 2019 through February 29th, 2020. Oh my God. Okay. He admitted who he was, and then when he went to get booked, tried to say he was somebody else completely.
Good job, buddy. Good job.
There's problems in Hawkins County, people.
Yeah.
And I do find it rather weird that after Summer's disappearance is when they want to bring the awareness to the Tennessee area or about the Tennessee area about the sex trafficking and stuff. Now, we know that they said they don't believe that Summer was trafficked out of the area. That's just saying out of the area, though, not to say she wasn't being trafficked. I mean, I don't know what to believe there. You guys remember back when Don really, I believe I was live once, and I called their house a flop house. And he freaking called me so fast, bitching about, we are not a flop house, da, 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 da.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible that there was things going on just in that area. Y'all have heard the stories of my childhood. My mom would do anything for a needle. So, you know.
Well, you know that area, and I said it on, okay, Mandy. And I said it, I don't remember what live it was, but you remember when that land between Don and Jody Sue came up for sale and the man purchased it. And Jody Sue was out there marking off, like surveying her own land, marking her spots off because she didn't want him coming over there on her land. Well, probably because they were using that land as a go through. They were probably using that land, to be honest, for things. And they probably didn't want it to sell. They probably were not happy about it. So it wouldn't surprise me if that area wasn't used for something, kind of like Cheryl was saying, flop house, but it would be more like flop land, going through where nobody would even know they're even going through up there. And I believe that's the same property there was an abandoned shed or something on, I believe. And why people move there, yep. It has to be because it's just so bad.
It seems like everyone that surrounded Summer, or everyone that surrounds anyone in and around Summer, are terrible, terrible people. And not one of them can keep their story straight. And now the more we look further into it, leads us to even more disturbing people. Not to say she wasn't trafficked in the area exactly. Yeah. But everything is hearsay right now. Again, the only facts that we have on either Rose or Summer, the only facts that we, the public, have anyway, is she's missing. What did you guys make about the video, the message to Candace that Chris McDonough is trying to get out there? Do you guys think that she will call Chris McDonough? I do not. A part of me hopes she does, but I do not think that she will. I grew up in a holler, and if I was a kid, if a kid was to be harmed, you would be hurt. Yeah. That's what I know too. You fuck with kids, you're gonna get gone. But for some reason, in Tennessee, I mean, that's the perfect cover. If we see all this, we know Dawn right away. Oh, the trafficking statistics and blah, 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 blah. I mean, I feel as though they were memorizing the statistics and everything before Summer went missing. The way he pulled all that out, and then he did keep bringing up Mexico as well, which was weird. And Sonia said that she picked him up from Mexico, right? Or I believe Mary thought Sonia did pick him up from Mexico, but I don't know anymore. I did reach out to Sonia because she did used to talk to me. Of course you can share your channel, Sherry. Yes. Thank you for asking first. Not just Tennessee, but everywhere. Oh, it's definitely everywhere. It is. It seems to be a huge problem, more so in Tennessee, though. Even if you look at statistics, I think Tennessee is pretty high up there. What was it, like per year or something, like 400 kids around go missing? Let's see. Oh, God. What?
Linda, baby daddy Daniel Chad Hayes was arrested and he's currently in jail. Don't know the charges. Ah.
I was looking for something to pull up. I can't find it now. I hope so
Right.
too. I think that they do. But then they come out to the public and they say that they don't.
Because it's like, right there is like in that area, it's like close to different states right there. It's kind of like a little, like you said, like a crossroads, like different states aren't, but out like hours away, like right there in that area. So, it's easy to go either direction. And I mean, can you imagine, like when they say a child has been kidnapped or missing or something, can you just even imagine how overwhelmed it would be to just have to start somewhere there? I mean, because when Don was driving as fast as he was, I mean, he was driving fast, but it was just so vast. It's just thick and vast, and just it's just like, where do you start? They could be anywhere and get there fast. I mean, it would be hard for you to find them in the vastness of all of that, unless you had a good lead, that somebody actually seen them and you knew the actual direction they were going in, I would think it would be just like overwhelming at first.
They say that, right? We've heard that a few times now. We are no closer than we were on day one, which gets everybody discouraged. I love my brothers, but fuck that. Yeah. In my opinion, Candace wouldn't last a day in jail. I know she's been before, but with everything that is going on. Oh, yeah, no, I don't. A part of me thinks it might be good for her, but a part of me does think maybe she wouldn't be able to handle it. I don't think many people would be able to handle it, honestly. Do you remember how Dawn was talking also? Now, one thing I did find it interesting is Chris McDonough wants to talk to Sonia now. And I think it's interesting that Sonia was talking to me for a while and very much pro Dawn and did not, she didn't like the stepsisters, that's for sure. She told me that they were nothing but liars. And then, yeah, she was really the only one defending. And she even told me, she's like, you can talk to his other kids and they're going to tell you that he never touched them, right? And I did. I talked to Donald Wells Jr. I think.
I remember Cher talking about that, and given his son's record, it would kind of be hard to believe what he said too. And I know that's bad. I mean, you shouldn't look at it that way, but he would probably, you know, he would probably fib for his dad. What do you think? And do y'all think that, because I wanted to ask y'all this too, do y'all think that TBI has more than they're letting on? Do you think they have a lot more information than they have? Because they've been really quiet and they haven't. Do you think? I guess what I'm trying to say is, do you think they're quiet because they have nothing, or do you think they're quiet because they have something and they're just waiting? What do y'all think? Donna, zero credibility, right? Right. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. You got to hit the sack. Okay. Thank you for coming in, Wolfie. I do appreciate you. Sleep well. God bless. Tell Brother B hello for me. And thank you for coming in. Love ya. I don't think they're doing anything but waiting for a confession. I agree. That's my thought. I don't think they've done anything. I think they've set it over to the side and they've let it sit. That's what I think. I don't think they have done anything, sadly. Right. Yep. I think they would lie because they would not want. Yep. 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 I don't think they have done anything in Summers. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think they've done anything in Summers' case. I think after the first year and probably before the first year they were done. I don't think they were looking for anything. I don't think they've had, how many tips did I say? have to go back and look. Thousands of tips for summer. I got it in my notes because I know I wrote it down. Thousands of tips for summer. And they only had like 200 for Rose. I think in all these years they've only had that, and they had thousands for summer. And none of those went anywhere. None of those went anywhere. I mean, are you telling me that every one of those were nothing? Absolutely nothing? I know I've got it here somewhere. But it's just so hard to believe that you got that many tips and you got absolutely nothing out of them. That's what you're saying, right? I think it was after my bullshit count of Don Wells in that one video that he did. Yeah, here we go. Over 6,500 tips and leads for summer, and that was in 2024. And he said it was not a cold case. That was Josh Melton. In 2024, he said they've had 6,500 tips, over 6,500 tips and leads, and it is not a cold case. He said that it will only be a cold case when the tips stop coming in. So you've got all those tips coming in. So you're telling me that you've got that would be constantly having tips coming in. Let's just say one a week to be the least, one a week. And it's still not a cold case and you're still searching and none of those tips lead to nothing. That's just aggravating. Yeah, that was June 14th of 2024. I knew I wrote it down somewhere. So that's a lot of tips to lead to nowhere. It's just my opinion. Yeah, the first update was not, yeah. And that's okay, whatever they know they're not sharing of it. And I'm totally okay with that because, they shouldn't be. But it's just so hard to believe that they've got over 6,500 tips and none of it's led anywhere. And maybe some of it has, but he said a cold case only becomes a cold case when you stop getting tips or leads. That's what he said in 2024. So he's saying that every week he gets a tip or a lead. That's great, but it's just kind of wild for me to believe that he gets something every week on Summer's case, and it can't go nowhere. That's sad. What kind of tips are you getting? Are they dumb? Are you actually following up on those tips? Do you actually lead to them? Do you actually do something? Or are they just tips and you look at them and say, okay. Well, to be fair, half of those crazy internet tips, but some are probably good. Probably, yeah. That's what I'm saying. You can't find one. And you're right. They're probably some crazy ass tips that they, just dumb, just people being stupid, just want to delay or distract or clog up the system to find her, Hello, Miss Mandy.
Well, hello.
It's been so long.
I know. I almost forgot how to do it.
Did you see StreamYard had changed a little?
Yeah, and it was said it was having issues with some of the background stuff or something, and
Yep. Yep.
it's making me reconnect to StreamYard to be able to chat, but I don't remember which email I have it linked to, so I won't be able to do that. But that's okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you can see chat. Yeah.
Well, I can see it, I just can't chat
Respond.
through my laptop. Yeah.
Mhm. Yep. So, what do you think
That's
about having that many tips? What do you think about him saying that it has to be a continuation of tips and leads before it becomes a cold case? If
I
the
remember that interview or that update, whatever, that you were talking about
yeah,
that the TBI guy did, and it was depressing hearing him talk because it all felt like lies. You
yeah,
know, you can say anything that you want, but we've been watching since day one.
hmm
We know that no law enforcement is doing anything. When people are calling law enforcement to try to get themselves cleared or to try to get answers about themselves, that tells me everything right there. You know, like there were at least two different people that called and talked to Pruitt, and he acted like, nope, I don't have time for you. Leave me alone. Bye.
hmm
So that was, I don't know. It was depressing. It, I think they're waiting on a confession. Bottom line, I think that they're sitting on their hands waiting on somebody to call and say, I did it, or I found Summer.
yeah. Or I really do have evidence, like
Right.
like evidence you can touch and feel and see, not just
Yep.
say. Yeah, yep,
Yep. And I agree with Witchy Mama too. I think that a lot of the tips that did come in were from YouTube. You know, there was a lot going on YouTube. Don never shut up once he got started. So I think a lot of that came from him.
mm-hmm. Yep. Let's see what Teresa says. I confess. Right, right, Witchy Mama. Yep. I heard the entire case is running by TBR, no longer local. Yeah, that's what I heard too. And um, I mean, I understand the difference in a cold case and an active case. I understand that. But what? Let me put this down.
Yeah, I got it pulled up here.
What he is saying is that he has to get some tip or lead every week, or continuously, or Summer's case becomes cold. So that means he's getting something every week. He's getting continuous leads.
Yeah, and I find that hard to believe.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Like
That's
what are people calling in with this far into it? Well, I mean, to be fair, you know, like I said, there's two people that's called in themselves. And one of them was Ziggy and Fred. You know, Ziggy called in information that Fred had said, and she had emailed TBI, and Pruitt called her back. Like, I can't let that go.
mm-hmm.
That's huge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Because he didn't want to talk to other people.
Well, but if she emailed TBI, why did TBI forward it
To Pruitt. Yeah.
to Pruitt? Why
Mm-hmm.
didn't they take care of it themselves?
Yeah. Why did he have to specifically personally talk to her? Them.
Right. And then he like blew her off. He hung up on her. He
Oh,
immediately thought it was going to be drama and YouTube BS and hung up on her.
excuse me, ma'am. Thank you.
Well, hello.
So Mandy has something to share with us. You think TBI knows more, Diane?
Hi, Diane.
I think they know more than they've told us for sure.
Oh, yeah.
I think they know more than they've told us for sure. I just don't think they're moving on forward on the case anywhere. Sadly, I just don't think they're. I don't think they're going after all of these leads that they get every week to keep it from being a cold case. That's just my opinion. So Mandy has a lovely picture for everyone to share and see. So watch yourselves. Prepare yourselves.
And this is your warning.
School is back in session. You want to guess who this is? Here it comes.
Now that is one beast right there.
Hmm. Hmm.
Does anybody know who this guy is? Ooh, buddy.
Yes. Would you like to take a guess? Hmm. Now, uh, the idea of who they said this person could be fits.
Yeah. Nobody's gonna guess.
No, I want somebody has to guess. Come on now. Indulge us.
Do we need to give a hint? Bitchy mama.
Creepy Uncle Fester.
Close.
He probably would scare Uncle Fester.
Right. It reminds me of when my grandpa was still living, he would always say that if we had a picture of him that we could hang it on the wall and scare the roaches away.
Would y'all like
And
a
that
hint? Would y'all like
Yep.
a hint? Give us a 1 in chat if you'd like a hint.
that was the first thing I thought of when I saw this picture was holy moly.
I have no idea. Okay.
He's related to this case.
He's related to this case. Yep. He's a BF.
Candace would be singing, "We are family."
This is true. This is true. Well, this, my fellow students for tonight, this is Mr.
Marcos.
Marcos. This is him. 5 years later, 4 years later. How many? 2022 is when we seen that. So 3 years later. There he is. There he is. A lot has changed in those 3 years, hasn't it?
I'm telling you what. And it's not just his age.
But has his record changed?
Not on what's showing here, no. It's still
Nothing-
showing.
Nothing's been added.
Right. He is in Grantsburg, Wisconsin. It was verified September of 24, and it's still the one charge from 1992.
That's hard to believe, ain't it?
Yeah. That just tells me he hasn't gotten caught.
Right.
There's a reason.
Yeah. Yep.
They have to register for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, wait. Here it says, for additional criminal history, go to the Wisconsin. Let me open this in a new tab and see what pops up. I'll go back up here and put a sexy face on the screen while I check out this other website here. Yeah. That's why I said he has definitely changed a lot.
A lot. It has not been kind to him, has it?
No.
But when you live a rough life, that happens like that.
Yeah. I mean, at least he's smiling. I guess I'll give him that. But
Yeah, which is
right?
very that's weird. Why would you be smiling?
Does it have this date of birth?
So that looks like a mugshot. So he must have gotten in trouble for something.
Well, he has to register, like update his registration for the rest of his life.
So
And
they
so,
have to have a photo, I guess.
yeah, they update the photos. It doesn't say when he last registered. It just says the date of the photo was May 22nd. Has his DOC number there. It doesn't have his birthday listed on here. It just says he's 52. So that's not going to help me much in this search. But I'm going to look.
Fear said her Wi-Fi keeps going off and on. So because their AC's not working.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the worst.
But it hasn't been working for like a week.
I wouldn't. I'd move out. Okay, here we go. Date of filing. Case details. Closed. The only thing that he has been charged with, what's the date of this? Oh, my birthday of 2004. So in June of 2004, he had a charge of vehicle operator flee, elude traffic officer. So he ran from law enforcement, which is a felony, and he pleaded guilty, no contest. And the case is closed.
Oh, Bama budgets. I dozed off and woke back up to Mandy on panel. Must be a dream come true.
Aw, hi, Bama. It's good to see you. So this little kerfuffle cost him $851. So here, I'll pull this up. I'll show you.
Nice.
So Burnett County in 2004. And then here's the charge. And he pleaded guilty, no contest. And
Cher said to apologize to everybody in chat. She's sorry. Her Wi-Fi keeps going in and out, and the heat, and she just doesn't feel good. So she said, please apologize and tell them we will be discussing more of this fella here. She said she'll join me again to discuss him. So she said to apologize to y'all. And I told her, don't worry at all. When you're hot like that, I mean, and miserable, it gives you a headache.
Oh, yeah.
No reason for that.
She needs to get a cold, like I use a hand towel or a big washcloth and get it ice cold, even if you have to put it in a bucket of ice water and then put it on the back of your neck.
Yeah, that helps a lot.
Yeah. I can't believe it's been down for so long. That would be miserable.
I would be too.
Poor thing. And Mark with all that facial hair and the hair on his head.
Have you seen how long Mark's hair is?
Yeah, I watched your live where he came on.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, save Mark.
If you're innocent, you don't flee. What was in his vehicle he didn't want seen? What was that date? What was that date, Mandy? Right?
June 22nd, 2004. Right here, it says filing date. So he got in trouble and had to start registering in 1992. And in 2004, he's fleeing from law enforcement.
But it didn't say it was. I guess it's his vehicle. Maybe I was thinking maybe he stole it, but
Let's see if it says any details. Nope. He was put in jail for 120 days, and they did a wage assignment because he had to pay $800 and some dollars.
well, he might have stole it.
Here, the offense date, August 2nd, 2003, and he pleaded no contest on September 1st, 2004. And then it says in the notes, consecutive to any other sentence the defendant is currently serving, Huber privileges are granted. Defendant is granted 2 weeks work search. So he must not have had a job. They gave him 2 weeks to find one. I think that's what that means.
And that's before Rose went missing too.
Yep, because she went missing in 2009, right?
Yep.
So they offered him a plea and he took it, because here's the plea hearing. No alcohol, no operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. $851, and he paid it. It's paid off.
Of course it did. Of course it did.
I figured there'd be more on here, but that's the only thing, other than there was one other. Let me see if it'll show it. I have to redo the search. The other thing is this, where it looks like he sued somebody a month and a half before he got arrested.
Nice.
And see, when he was on Facebook, so he had left that comment. The very first time I ever saw his name was on Candace's Facebook page. And I sent you the screenshot earlier. So Candace had, I guess, forgotten her password to her Facebook. And so she created a new one. Right, exactly. And so he had commented and asked if it was her that had sent the request, if it was really her. And let's see. And then Candace Bly's oldest daughter, Candace number 3, responded and said, yes, that's her sending you a new friend request from a new account. And then Chris responded back and said, sorry, but I don't know you. So still waiting to hear from her. And so Candace the third commented back and said, I'm her daughter, but I get it. I find it weird that her cousin and her firstborn child don't know each other.
Right.
And on his Facebook name, it said Connie Chris Marcos.
Well, and that we Cher was going over earlier, the according to the Twitter tweet that went to TBI, the message that went there was that was Grandis's boyfriend.
Right. I remember hearing about that too.
So I don't really know who he is as far as that part goes. I mean, he may not be anybody. He may not be related to him at all. I mean, they could be, you've heard of people do that as a cover story. Oh, this is my cousin, and they're not really related. It's just kind of like they're just lying. This is my cousin, or this,
Yep.
So
it looks like this was a divorce. Joint petition for divorce. Yep. I know, right? And the filing date was May 3rd, 2004. It's a family case. It's closed. Oh, yeah, class code description divorce. And Christopher Marcos and Tanya Davis. So they filed together because it says joint petitioner. But that's weird. Tanya Davis. So she must not have taken his last name. But so then that in 2021, when he commented, I wonder if Connie is his new significant other since his divorce, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Eve, what's going on with the new search? I heard that they were talking about doing a new search on Ben Hill, but has that been verified or confirmed or stated publicly by law enforcement anywhere? Do we know? Have you heard, Tammy?
I have not. I was wondering the same thing. Somebody else mentioned it. Was it Teresa that mentioned it earlier about
Uh-huh.
this? Yeah,
Yeah.
there will be a different search down by the road. So, Teresa, have you heard anything too, you or Eve? We'd like to know.
I wonder if it's on the TBI website. Let me see if I can pull it up here and check.
And what you're talking about down at the end of the road, at the bottom of the road, bottom of the driveway? Like that road, Ben Hill Road down there?
I think they're talking about the whole property.
Oh, okay. And well, they would have to have had a reason to go back there.
Yeah, you would think for sure.
Let's see. I'm not sure. I heard they were going to search where the bench mailbox and across the road.
So this is crazy because the last update was June 14th, 2023.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why it just went to the very bottom of the page.
It does that. It's aggravating.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. I was trying to look at the date here. Darn it.
Mm-hmm.
June 14th.
So they didn't even do an update after, what's his name? Josh Melton. His was June 14th, 2024. That's when his interview was. So they didn't even put anything up there after his interview.
Oh, nope.
Yeah, because I wrote, it's part of my notes. You know, I take notes, Mandy. So
Absolutely.
So I went and looked back, and yeah, and this was in live 19. Oh, I even know that. Yeah, June 14th, 2024, he said it was not a cold case. And that's where he said over 6,500 tips and leads. So they didn't even add that to the update.
Yep.
Wouldn't they want to add what he says?
Well, yeah, and he's TBI, so why wouldn't they have put it on the website?
Yeah.
And it says right here, though we have no new details to share, rest assured we're continuing to work with the FBI and the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office to chase every lead, ask every question, and search every place we can to find Summer. We won't stop until we have answers. But yet here we are 2 years later with nothing on this website. Nothing.
And they didn't even come out and say anything for Summer for this 4th year.
Right.
I mean, Don did. I mean, let me correct myself. He come and spoke about how bad him and Candace still have it, but that was about it. There was no updates on how Summer's case is going at all.
Mm-mm.
That I know of. Did I miss a news update? Did you see one? I didn't see one. Maybe I missed it.
I'm going to see. I'm going to do a search and see what pops up here.
I didn't find anything. So, I mean, there was not even an update then. So,
Nope. It says on WVLT, let me move over here. So we have WVLT was on June 14th, 2024. So that was with the TBI, the one you're talking about.
yep.
And then here's Dawn on WJHL on June 11th, 2025.
Yep.
And then here's one from News Nation from June 16th, 2025.
But all that was just a little bit of Dawn's interview and just repeating Summer's information. There wasn't like anything new on there.
Right. And here's the AI summary. Okay. So they're getting rid of, like, you actually going to a website and reading a human's work, and they're taking all of the information from the human's work and summarizing it into an AI overview. So to make it, more convenient, but what that's going to do is phase out these links,
Right.
like these websites and these jobs over
Yeah.
here that these people have.
Yeah.
I don't like that so much.
Yeah.
But it says the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office continues to actively search for Summer Wells, who went missing from her Hawkins County, Tennessee home in June 2021. Despite numerous leads and investigations, including ground searches and tip analysis, Summer remains missing. The Sheriff's Office has stated that the case has not been forgotten and will remain a priority until some form of closure is found. And then these are key points about the search. Law enforcement is actively working on the case with Hawkins County Sheriff's Office and the TBI involved. The Sheriff's Office is still receiving tips and diligently vetting them. Misinformation. Authorities are also monitoring and addressing the spread of misinformation online, particularly on social media platforms, which can hinder the investigation. Now, when and where? Because Summer has been not talked about for a couple years now.
Yeah.
So where's the misinformation being spread? Because I know it's not here.
Mm-mm. Nope.
The Hawkins County Sheriff's Office is not providing any on-camera interviews at this time. Well, of course not. And this month marks 4 years since Summer's disappearance, and the Sheriff's Office emphasizes that the case remains active and a priority. Father's hope. Oh, get your tissues ready. Summer's father, Donnie Wells,
He
has
didn't even.
expressed.
Oh my gosh. Did you see the interview?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can pull it up if you want.
So aggravating.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Candace can't go anywhere. We can't even leave town. Why?
But they did. Candace was live when they were on their way out of town to go do a job. She was live for almost an hour where they were driving, I think, to Virginia.
Yeah, but didn't you hear him say that's keeping us here? What's keeping you there?
Yeah. That's why I'm saying he's a liar, because they did leave town.
Yeah. Yeah.
He has expressed his continued hope that she will be found. He has stated that he believes she was kidnapped, according to News Nation.
Mm-hmm.
The family continues to experience heartbreak and grief as they navigate the ongoing search. Yeah, we can tell.
They ain't navigating nothing.
Yeah, they're not heartbroken either.
They're navigating all right, but it ain't to find Summer.
Mm-hmm.
They have not done anything to find Summer.
Nope. And that's why I don't believe that they're heartbroken. Because I believe if they were heartbroken, they would be pulling tooth and nail to make sure that Summer stayed in the spotlight, not telling people to take Summer off of their billboards. I don't care what the billboards say. Why
Well,
would you want your daughter's face off of a billboard?
I don't, because you don't want to look at it because you're guilty of something, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
hmm And then he says we don't take the tips anymore. We let our PI get them, our private investigators get them. No, you don't, because the private investigator calls you.
Who's their private investigator
I
now?
don't know. I don't know. He said I think they're females, because he said we had let her handle them. I thought that's what he said. I was like, I mean, nobody needs to be calling you and giving you tips, because you're not,
No.
one, you're not going to do anything about it. And two,
And-
even if you wanted to do something about it, truly wanted to, you couldn't, because you're not law enforcement. You don't need to be
Right.
getting tips.
Well, if I thought that they really cared about the tips, then I wouldn't care if they knew, because then they could ride law enforcement's ass to make them,
Right.
follow the tips.
Right.
But
But
they're not going to do that.
mm-mm,
History has shown us they're not going to do that.
mm-mm, mm-mm.
Okay, so right here it says the TBI continues to focus on ground search efforts, interviews, and utilizing technology to potentially find leads. And here, while Summer's parents have passed polygraph test, authorities have stated that everyone remains a person of interest.
There you go.
All right, let's.
And do you know, I've been meaning to ask this, and I keep forgetting even when I have Cher up here. Do you know if, and I already kind of know the answer to it, but ask anyway. Do you know if they ever took the cemetery tip as a valuable tip? Do you know if they ever went there and even attempted to even try to see if Summer was there? Not that I think it's a credible lead. Not that I think she's there. I'm just asking. Does anybody know if they actually followed up on that, or did they just blow it to the side?
That's a good question. I don't know that I have heard of law enforcement searching the cemetery.
I mean, it would be hard to open a grave. I get it. That takes. I mean, they'd have to ask the family, and that takes time and petitions and certificates and all kind. I get it. Permits and all that. I get it. But I don't think they ever even tried, or even.
I know that they didn't. What's it called when they unbury somebody? Exhume.
Exhume. Yeah.
I know that they didn't exhume, because I would have heard about that for sure. As much as we follow the case, I guarantee we would have heard about that.
Yeah.
Because the hoops that have to be jumped through, it's not like everything you said, plus a judge has to order it.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Right.
I was just wondering if they even attempted it. Like, even took it seriously enough to even say, well, maybe we start the ball rolling, and maybe we'll continue with it. But I never heard anything about it after that. I don't even know if the tip was given to them.
I'm sure it was.
I mean,
if they're getting weekly tips, that had to have been one of them. And Witchy Mama, I agree. Trying to control the narrative through those tips. Yeah, they can take the tips, and then they know which ones they want law enforcement to check and which ones they don't, in my opinion, allegedly. So I agree. And so what's the story with, I haven't heard about the cemetery story that's driving you crazy, Eve. What's the narrative that's being pushed with that? I must have missed it. And yes, exactly what you, Mama. They could use the ground penetrating radar, and they should only see one skeleton,
Right. Yeah.
in each area. Yeah. But I haven't even heard of anything like that being done either.
Yeah,
So.
that's what I'm saying. I don't think there's any move to that at all.
Mm-mm.
And he said we follow and go check out every lead and tip. Really?
I wonder if they did. So I wonder if when they were doing their ground searches back in June of 2021, I wonder if the cemetery was searched then, just a physical walkthrough of the cemetery.
Yeah.
And then if anything has been done since or not.
Yeah. Because I remember it was reported, well, I seen it mainly on YouTube where creators were saying that, another creator said that that's where she could possibly be, but I never heard anything else about it other than on YouTube.
It seems like it's gone in waves too.
Yeah.
Like people will be so focused on the cemetery for a little while and then it'll blow over. And then a few months later, somebody else will get so focused on the cemetery again.
Yeah.
And I think that that's why I haven't paid much attention to anything about it, in the last few years, because it was kind of like, nope.
And I think what Eve is talking about is that she's just driving her crazy with the story itself, that she could be there.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that's what Eve's talking about. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, that she even knows the person's name?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's impressive.
Yeah. And see, that's why I'm saying if that is true, and I'm not saying it's not, I'm just saying if that is true and law enforcement and TBI had any kind of idea that could possibly be true, why don't they, what could it hurt doing ground penetrating to see?
Right.
But I don't know how they would bury her under they would have to dig that person up, put her, and make the hole deeper because they only bury it deep enough for the casket to go in.
Well, but see, here's okay. So if it's a vault, that's an above ground burial.
Mm-hmm.
A vault
true,
is not in the ground.
Right. They would have to dig under the vault.
Right. So
and
how would they get her there?
Yeah, the vault's going to collapse. They dig under it.
Yeah. So, like I always think about things logically like that, because I've heard many different things, oh, well, they were put in a cement block and thrown in the river and it's over in this spot. And I'm like, how did they do that? Like, how did they? No,
No, that's what I'm saying. How's that physically possible?
Right.
Witchy Mama, I agree. Right. Not suspects. Yeah, they shouldn't be calling. Even if, like the PI, this last tip, the PI said somebody gave the tip to him. Why him? Why did they pick him out to give the tip to? Why don't you call TBI? It clearly says for tips.
Right.
Leads, call TBI and it gives you the number. It's on the billboards.
Right.
You can look it up easily and find the 1-800-TBI. It's easy to find. So why would you go to a private investigator? I mean, why'd you choose him?
Mm-hmm.
The first thing. And then why did he call Dawn? Isn't your first obligation as a private investigator to call TBI? Why didn't you ask the person, why didn't they call TBI?
Yep. And see, I'm trying to think like we have experience with one PI who was very loud in Sebastian's case and Kylie Rodney's case, because he solved Kylie Rodney's case if you ask him. So, I'm trying to think about different things that he has said, and he talked about getting ground penetrating radar, but he didn't call it that. He called it ground penetrating radar.
Right, he did.
That's
Right, he did. Sure. That's right, he did.
Yeah. And that the way he made it sound was like it was a volunteer type thing, like if people have access to any of the ground penetrating radar equipment, I would love to be able to work with them to, give this a shot. So it wasn't through law enforcement, it was a thing that he was wanting to do on his own. And then I also try to think about like, the female PIs that were helping Seth.
Right.
Anytime they got information, they gave it to law enforcement and they filtered things to Seth. And that was one of the reasons he let him go, was because they weren't giving him all of the information that he was paying them for. So, I'm trying to think about it that way too. Like, I understand
but
Dawn and
wasn't
Candace.
paying this guy that we know of.
So he's just doing it for free?
I
Or
don't
was
know.
somebody else paying?
See, I don't understand. That's why I'm saying, why this PI? Why did they call him and give him the tip? Why didn't they just call TBI? What's this guy have to do with why, of all PIs, why did they pick him? Why did they call
Right.
a PI? What made you call a PI? Oh, let me just call this private investigator because I got a tip for Summer in Summer's case.
Right.
So was he working for Dawn?
I don't see Dawn and Candace contacting any private investigator.
I don't either. That's what I'm saying. That it's always been odd to me why they chose him. But if somebody knows, that would be. But
so the person was buried during the search for Summer?
The PI?
So, no, Witchy Mama said that the Timothy Morrison guy was buried during the search for Summer, is what she thought. And Dawn was in construction, and many people know how to use quickcrete, the quick concrete.
Oh, the cemetery.
And I understand that, but they would still have to dig under the vault to be able to bury a tote under the vault. And they weren't noticed, they would have to dig deep, and they would have to start outside of the vault, dig beside it, dig, down deep, and then dig over under it, and big enough for a tote.
Yeah. I don't see how they could do it, but I could be wrong.
Not to be, grotesque or anything, but big enough for a 5-year-old to fit in. Yeah. That's a big tote, The
real Andy B is putting this out there too. I knew it was a creator, but I wasn't sure which one. It was Search, what I heard when Summer went missing.
Andy B has put out multiple theories, though. I've heard him say a few different things and it's all assumptions with him, I think. I don't think that he has any factual information that I've heard of. It's been things that he's heard through the holler or, word of mouth. I don't know that there's been any. I could be wrong, but I don't recall him having any factual information that he would base his assumption on.
Yeah.
He has all the
dates. Has a video of Andy B talking about the cemetery and about Summer being buried there.
I don't watch PGs.
I don't either. I don't watch her.
I haven't seen it.
Did the PI quit when the reward go away? I don't. Did the reward go away finally?
Oh yeah, it went away after 1 year, I think.
I thought so.
Remember? It was a big ordeal because they were going to donate it to the other foundation thing, and people were trying to say, no, you can't. They were fighting. There was a lawsuit over it.
Because they thought that I think they thought Dawn and Candace was going to get it. I'm like, why would they get it? It's the search for Summer. It's
Right.
not. It's not a savings account for them to get money after a year. I mean, it's not.
Right. Yeah, it's not gonna go in their pockets. And
Mhm.
even no, I know Tammy and I both appreciate you sharing the information because we don't
Yeah,
know because we don't watch PG. So
yeah,
we
yeah,
appreciate you giving us the
yeah,
information.
yeah. Because, like Mandy said, if we don't like, there's a lot of creators out there that I don't watch. That's why I asked for people in chat to give me information or say what they know if I don't know it. Because
Yep.
there's a lot of creators that I don't get a chance to watch.
Right.
So, and I definitely don't come up here and know it all. So I appreciate any information that, especially if I don't know it, because I don't want to put anything incorrect out there.
Right.
And the other stuff is my opinion, which is okay. I'm allowed to do that. So
That's right. Hi, Vicky.
seems odd that the PI was. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it. That whole thing for me was odd. We did talk about it in one of my lives. I can't remember which one it was, but like why they picked him and why he went right to Don. And I mean, did this person know the PI already? Was it like this person had used this PI before, so they knew him?
Was it somebody that went to the PI or did the PI dig and find the person?
From my understanding, and I don't know this 100%, the PI said they came to him.
Okay.
And then he told Don Wells and was gonna tell TBI. He said he was gonna tell TBI, but it was over the weekend, so he was gonna tell him on Monday. And I'm like,
What?
that was open 24/7.
Right. You can email them at any time. I know I have. So seriously?
Yeah, I was like, uh,
Witchy Mama PG is Prayer Garden of America. And that's her channel name. And I won't even say any more than that. If you want to go watch her, you go check her out.
I think she's in Tennessee also.
Mm-mm.
Oh, is she not in Tennessee? Okay.
Mm-mm.
She kind of acts like she lives there. I mean, by
Well,
the way she does her videos and stuff, I thought she was from there.
so PG came into Summer Wells' case, into the Summer Wells community on YouTube via Ziggy, because PG was talking to Don Wells
Oh,
daily,
gotcha.
steady daily, like multiple times a day. Like Candace was talking to Jenna and Dawn was talking to Sissy.
Gotcha.
And they met on Ziggy's, and there were like 4 live streams in a row that were complete shit shows. And PG ended up starting her own channel, and she calls it Summer's Channel. And yeah, PG's unique. She's a unique character.
Yeah, that's how you got to know her. Yeah.
Yep. That's where I heard of. I was still modding for Ziggy back then. So it was so hard being a mod in that chat, though. OMG. When she was up on the piano. Because all she did was defend Don. And she called him Donald. And she acted like she had known him her entire life.
Yeah.
And no matter what anybody said, they were wrong. She was right. She defended him up one side and down the other. And like, she was dedicated. Okay. She was very dedicated.
Well, I only had one dealings with her, and that was when I left a comment on Shay's Safe Place
Mm-hmm.
about a video that she had made.
Mhm.
And I put Summer's name in there because I always do. I always use Summer's. When I put Summer's name in, I always say the full name. I've always done that. Since Summer went missing, I've done that.
Right.
She told me not to use Utah. I wish you'd drop Utah.
That I don't think that was her.
Who was it?
It,
Oh, no, it wasn't Prayer Garden either.
yeah, it was a different one.
It was a
PG?
different.
The only time that I've really seen PG is in Justin's chat. Like, I don't see her around YouTube much.
Yeah, I don't even know what she sounds like. I could.
Oh my goodness.
I don't even
Yes,
know.
you do.
Do I?
Yes, we played it on one of, was it my live stream or was it one of yours, where she interviewed Dudley and his wife. She did a phone interview.
Oh, I
Because
don't.
remember you and Cher didn't know about it and I pulled it up and played it?
It's been a while ago, ain't it?
Yeah.
Okay. I was. I don't remember. It's been a while ago.
That's right, Vicky. That's right. Bible lessons and cussed out in the same breath.
All right then. Really?
Yep. She will tell you about yourself using God's, yep, all of it.
Yeah, I've never listened to her channel. It's the other one I think that's from Tennessee, ain't it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
that's yeah.
Okay. So I got them mixed up there. See, that tells you I don't watch her.
Yep.
What's that say? What's
you
it?
turd pop? Is that what she call people that?
Well, I don't think I've ever heard that term before.
I haven't. I can honestly say I never have. Thank you, Vicky.
She's naming who she thinks unalive Summer. She's a mess.
Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, she's entitled to her theories too,
Yep.
you know?
Yep.
Everybody can share what they think, and
Yep.
as long as they're not putting it out as fact, like that's the only thing that. Yes, one of the nicer ones. That's one of her nicer names.
Well, I mean, that is nice compared to some names that she probably could be saying.
Yeah.
Would not be a lie at this point because, we think we have some pretty, I have some pretty ugly words for who I think, who, in my opinion, done it.
Oh, yeah.
And they're not as nearly as clean as Turd Pop.
Yep. Pickles.
Yes, Pickle Mandy. It is Mandy. It is.
Where have you been, Pickles? I'm just teasing. I've been hiding.
She says, in my opinion, I'm going to keep it.
Well, see? There you go.
Yeah. Mandy, I was telling chat that I may try to go live on my tarot channel tomorrow night. Maybe if I can work it in there. It may be too early for you, but if not, maybe you can jump on whenever you're.
Okay.
Whenever I'll send you a message tomorrow if I'm going to be able to.
Okay. I'll try. And tonight my husband had to take my daughter to work, and he was trying to get some errands done too, so he didn't get back in time for me to hop on.
Yeah.
And him, try to lay our grandbaby down. So
yeah.
Oh, Pickles, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Oh no. Oh, that's awful. I am so sorry.
That's a cute name.
So Pickle Me Elmo, I call Pickle Me Elmo my favorite pickle because there was another pickle that came into, I think it was when we were on my channel, and she came in and was trying to tell us what we could say and what we couldn't say.
Okay.
Yeah. And so when Pickles came in, Pickles was like, I'm the good Pickles. It's like, you're my favorite Pickles, okay?
I'm the only pickle.
The main pickle.
That's right.
Okay, so this article here, I'll skim through it here real quick and then we'll play it. It's 3 minutes and 24 seconds, so we'll have to fair use it. But so it says from June 11th, 2025.
Okay.
This weekend marks 4 years since a Hawkins County girl was last seen. 5-year-old Summer Wells was reported missing from her home on Ben Hill Road in the Beach Creek community on June 15th, 2021. There has been an active Amber Alert for her ever since. And then here is the adorable picture Amber Alert. It's 4 years too long, her father, Don Wells, said from his yard, one of the last places his daughter was known to be. My thoughts or feelings haven't changed. I mean, it's been heartbreak, continual heartbreak for the past 4 years. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl was only 3 feet tall at the time. She was reportedly wearing gray pants and a pink shirt with no shoes. We love and miss her very much and wish she could come home very much because she was kind of the bossy boss around here.
He keeps saying that too.
Okay, hold on.
He says that in the interview with him and Candace, the one interview she does, and the famous blue.
Mm-hmm.
He says it there too.
Well, Candace said it, and he said, yeah, she tries to be, because it was like he was dogging out anything that Candace said about Summer having any type of authority.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm pretty sure I made a short little video about it because it pissed me off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like Candace was trying to give Summer a compliment, and he was like, well, she tries to be. What? Shut up and let her have it, you know? Like,
I mean, she's
but what
about you.
this bothers me because he says, we love and miss her very much and wish that she could come home very much.
Well, that means she won't be coming home.
Right. That means she can't.
Right.
And he knows she can't.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then he wants her to come home because she was kind of the bossy boss around here. That's why you want her home?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't like that at all.
Mm-mm.
So then he said, we just miss our children, man. We had 4 children running around here.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing that is complimenting the children. There's nothing loving about any of those words.
Mm-mm.
In those 3 sentences, there is nothing.
Nope.
We love and miss her very much and wish she could come home very much because she was kind of the bossy boss around here. We just miss our children, man. We had 4 children running around here. I mean, that's like so, like he has separated himself from the kids so much.
Yeah.
That's what that quote says to me.
Mm-hmm.
Crews searched the Beach Creek community for weeks. Law enforcement has received numerous tips that never panned out. Okay, here's where they quote part of it. We haven't talked to law enforcement in a long time. We let Chris and Trudy Colball, our private detectives, deal with TBI in Hawkins County. It's just better that they do that.
Well,
okay, so Chris and Trudy, they were around in the beginning. I have a screenshot of them doing an interview or doing a news interview or something. I remember them sitting on a couch side by side, and I remember they had a website because I clicked on the link, and I remember seeing their website. I'll have to go back through my summer photo album and see if I can find that. But they've been around since almost jump.
Oh my goodness. Hello, ma'am.
Children.
Really? What is he doing exactly?
Pissing her off.
Well, I mean, he's not even. He wants to go up in the loft, and she's standing in his way.
Oh, bless him.
Mhm.
Oh my goodness.
Mandy, I hope everything's been okay with you and your family.
Thank you, Pickles.
Yep.
It's been okay. It's been busy. My daughter got a third shift job and she's only 22. And so her trying to adjust to work in third shift and still functioning throughout the day is
Let me handle these cats. Go ahead, man.
okay. Oh my goodness. Children. It's been quite the adjustment. So I have been basically full-time Mimi, taking care of my grandbaby and my son, who is about to be 16 next month. And yeah, it's just been crazy, hectic. So other than that, knock on wood, we got to go up to our lake cottage over the weekend, and that was amazing. Nice little break. Too quick. We weren't up there long enough. I like spending multiple days up there, and we were only up there for like a day and a half, almost 2 days. So we're going to try to go back soon. So I'm so sorry that you lost your mom. Like, that breaks my heart.
Yeah. And
They are like kids, right? That's why I said children.
I mean, and Tinsel she's 4. I don't know why she's such a, but she is. What is he doing to you? I don't get it.
It sounds like she's kind of the bossy boss around here.
She was the first one in here. And then I rescued Toby Binks, and she didn't get along with him for like the first year. And then I neutered him, and now they get along. And then Salem was the one that I found at 2:00 in the morning when we went to get the fire truck because we had a fire. He was in the woods. He was like so teeny tiny, and I didn't even know if it was a boy or a girl.
Aww.
Until he was like 4 months old, and then I realized what he was. and so she has not. He'll be here. He'll be a year old in October, and she just does not. She's like, mm-mm. She's like, really? You brought another one in here? Look,
You literally brought a kid in.
I didn't leave you on the side of the road, and I didn't leave Toby Binks on the side of the road, and I wasn't going to leave Salem in the woods. So, I mean,
Right. So get along, darn it. Get along.
She's like, bring one more damn cat in here. That's probably what she's thinking.
Probably.
Mm-hmm.
She liked being solo.
Yeah, she did.
Aww.
But
poor thing. Okay, so I'm scrolling through my pictures, but I'll do it in between while we're talking, so I can still go ahead and read. So yeah, so Dawn and Candace don't talk to law enforcement at all, and haven't in a long time, which we knew that. We knew that they had not contacted law enforcement to get any type of update or any information about the case. So it solidified that even more.
They didn't even contact law enforcement when she first went missing, because Cheryl would ask them, have you talked to law enforcement? No. Yeah, I have to get on that.
Yep.
You was not going to get on nothing.
Nope, never did.
Nope.
The only time that they talked to law enforcement was when they were beating up on each other and when the YouTubers were out in the road.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it.
Yep.
I mean, Grandma Candy told us that. That was the last time that they had talked to law enforcement was when
Mm-hmm.
the YouTubers were in the road.
Yep.
And I believe her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it says the last major update from law enforcement was 2 years ago when TBI and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children released an age progression photo of what Summer could look like, which I think it looks like Josie with long hair.
Mm-hmm.
Summer's mother, Candace, has only spoken on camera with News Channel 11 once. She declined to be interviewed right before we began. Dawn said she wanted to. We're going to hear him say all this. Oh my goodness. But all that fear started creeping up, of what happened, in the beginning with the social media and everything, hunting us down everywhere we go and trying to basically ruin us everywhere we go.
Mm-hmm.
And she's just having nightmares. It's very bad. And when you add the social media pressure, all of them saying that we're suspects or whatever, that just adds to it. And it's kind of a living nightmare. Oh, really? Really? Bye.
Right.
After Summer's disappearance, the Wells' 3 oldest boys were put into Department of Children's Services custody. We haven't received any updates from them, no contact, and in fact, they deleted our phone number or blocked my phone as soon as we got done with that case and signed our children over. Well, what the hell did you expect them to do?
Right.
You didn't do shit to get your boys back. What do you want them to do? Call you daily and make sure that you're washing your ass? Like, seriously?
Mm-hmm.
You're adults. They were your kids. You didn't do anything to get them back.
Right.
The only good thing you did for them was sign your rights over,
Mm-hmm.
in my opinion. Ooh, that made me mad. Let's see. Pursuant to state and federal law, DCS investigations are strictly confidential and we are unable to provide information related to your request. From a DCS spokesperson. The TBI declined to comment about the ongoing search for Summer, and the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office did not respond to our request. Anyone who has any credible information about the whereabouts at Summerwell should contact 1-800-T, B as in boy, I, F as in Frank, I, N as in Nancy, D as in Donnie.
Mm-hmm.
TBI find. Call them and give them your confession. Donnie. Right. Allegedly.
You're right. She won't even plead for Summer. That's her
Yep.
daughter. Yeah. Because she doesn't, in my opinion, I don't think that they care that she's gone.
Nope. I mean, they didn't care that the boys were gone, so why would we think that any different?
Well, Candace has already said now her and Dawn can start. How'd she put it?
Something about focusing on them or working on them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Sick. I mean, Dawn wouldn't even address an alleged kidnapper for the longest time.
Right.
Somebody had to write a statement for him to get him to address anybody. And then instead of doing it, like your heart would tell you to do, he goes full-fledged on Facebook, remember, making the threats, saying you have 3 days, you have 2 days.
Yeah.
I remember reading through those on your panel, the Facebook posts.
But never, yeah. And she won't do any interviews either about Summer.
Mm-hmm.
But yet she'll get on social media.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is not fear of being harassed on social media. It's not a living nightmare, as he quoted. It's not, however Don worded it, about people saying that they were suspect. I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think it's her guilt kicking
Yeah.
in.
Because she don't want to talk about her.
Yeah.
Because she don't talk about her on that other stuff.
Yep.
So she don't have to think about it. But if she's on there being asked, if they're asking her repeated questions about Summer, now she's got to focus on her and think about her.
Yep. There were a few times where, like, I remember when she was on Daisy's and she pulled out a bunch of pictures that somebody had printed off, like every Facebook picture that she had. And it was in the Summers box. And she had pulled the pictures out and spread them on the table. And she was going through them. And not a single tear, like no tears at all. Her bathing suit was in there. Her jacket that she was allegedly wearing that day. Not a single tear.
Yeah.
Another mother.
Yeah.
There was another mother on panel who had unfortunately also lost their child. And that mother said something about not washing the clothes because, it would still have her scent on it.
Mm.
And that's when she tried to muscle up a tear, and she pulled the fabric to her nose and held it over her face and like side-eyed the camera, are they watching me? And was
Yeah.
acting like she was sniffing it and trying to hold back tears. And it was so fake. Like, and
Yeah.
I don't like to be that way.
Mm-mm.
I don't.
Mm-mm.
But I have to just call it like I see it. And
Yeah. Yeah.
that's how I see it.
And everybody else saw it that way too. They did. It was
Right.
obvious.
Right.
If you sign rights over to the state, you have no rights. That includes information. Why would the state contact you about the boys? Yeah, 100%. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be contacting them about the boys. They shouldn't know anything about them.
Nope. They had over 2 years, 24 months, over 700 days. And all they did was update the house a little bit.
They
And
didn't
that
even.
was with the help of other people.
I don't even think they even tried.
Well, they put the banister around the stairs.
No, I mean, I really don't think they really, really tried because, they got the deal.
Right.
They gave up their rights, and then they weren't charged.
Right.
And
Yeah,
I think they kind of knew that from not too long into it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why they didn't try, because they knew that's what was going to happen. That's why they wasn't worried about getting arrested or being charged.
Well, I mean, if we break it down, they didn't go to the visit because they had to drive to get there. They did phone calls occasionally, but when they did, Don was talking to Josie about Summer, which he was court ordered not to do.
Right.
So it was like they didn't go along with any of the requirements set up by CPS. They set up a family reunification plan
Right.
when the children are removed, and they didn't go along with that plan at all.
Because it's work. It's actually work. It's actually, you have to put effort into it. Work.
Yep. And that's right. They painted the basement.
Mm-hmm.
Tried to fix it up and make it look like Summer had this gorgeous bedroom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with Robin Lane's help. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
and focus on her, think about her, and remember what the story. Right. Yes.
Right.
And we knew that that's what they were doing too, Witchy Mama. I swore from the beginning, from their first interview, I said that they were following a script. They had come up with a script. When Candace did the interview with Chris McDonough and she ran through every place that they had been, if he would have asked her, like, where'd you go after you left where'd you go after you left the pharmacy the second time? She wouldn't have been able to answer. She had to run through the entire script of each stop because that's how she memorized the script, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, let's play a little bit of this and try to suffer through it. I'm going to let it play just long enough for me to run to the potty, and then I'll pause as soon as I get back.
Okay.
4 years since a Hawkins County girl was last seen. 5-year-old Summer Wells was reported missing from her home on Ben Hill Road in the Beach Creek community on June 15th, 2021. On your left, the photo shared by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation when the Amber Alert was issued. On your right, an age-progressed photo released 2 years ago of what she may look like. News Channel 11's Ansley Daniels spoke with Summer's father, Don Wells, as the 4-year mark of his daughter's disappearance approaches.
Nearly 4 years ago, 5-year-old Summer Wells disappeared from her home here in Hawkins County. It's believed that she walked out of this door and hasn't been seen since. And today, there are still no answers as to where she could be.
It's 4 years too long. My thoughts and feelings haven't changed. I mean, I've been continual heartbreak for the past 4 years.
This very yard is one of the last places Don Wells' daughter Summer was known to be.
We love and miss her very much and wish that she could come home very much because she was kind of the bossy boss around here, and we just miss our children, man. We had 4 children running around here like.
Okay, it's even worse hearing it come out of his mouth than it was me trying to read it. Oh my gosh. There's a Walgreens in that hospital? I guess I didn't know that. That's a good question. Maybe they didn't have the correct medication that Grandma Candy wanted. So they had to go to another one, maybe. At least he doesn't look so much like the Cowardly Lion anymore.
Right.
But I'll tell you what, oh my goodness. Okay, Squirrel, for just a second, Cowardly Lion talk, okay? Do you know who looks more like the Cowardly Lion today? Another case that you and I both have followed. A member of a family that was in a trial, that was a witness, who testified.
I don't know.
I'm going to have to pull it up and show you.
Okay.
When you see it, you won't be able to unsee it. Okay, just like with Dawn, when you see it, you can't unsee it. And in my opinion, he's just as grimy as Dawn.
Oh, you're talking about Barry Morphew?
No.
No?
Nope.
I got prescriptions from Walgreens. They always have it. Yeah.
Well, I don't know then. Maybe they were meeting somebody there.
Maybe there weren't no prescriptions at all.
Well, no, because Chris McDonough said that he talked to Walgreens.
Okay.
And they were there twice. They dropped the prescription.
Okay. I was going to say, they don't mean they had to be getting prescriptions, but if he talked to the pharmacy, then probably.
I'm pretty sure, you guys can help me in chat, if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that he said that they were on like video on the security footage. It went through the drive-through.
Okay.
All right. That's right. Anything is possible. Ooh, that's true.
Like crazy.
The then 5-year-old has been at the center of an Amber Alert since
Look
June
how old those
15th of
are.
Like
I want to
crazy.
go back
We
here.
just met the boss around here. She could.
to be.
We love and miss her very much, and wish that she could come home very much, because she was kind of the bossy boss around here, and we just miss our children, man. We had 4 children running around here like crazy.
The then 5-year-old has been at the center of an Amber Alert since June 15th of 2021. Crews searched the Beach Creek community for weeks, with law enforcement receiving numerous tips that never panned out.
We haven't talked to them in a long time. We let Chris and Trudy, our private detectives, deal with TBI in Hawkins County, because I don't know, anyway, it's just better that they do that.
These faded signs all throughout the Beach Creek community are
It's just better that they do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the way that he said it was like, I don't know. I didn't like the way that he said it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was better that he didn't speak with law enforcement. That was the impression that I felt as he said that. That was weird.
Mm-hmm.
And those signs, you're like, those are old as shit, because they don't go out and update them.
Mm-mm. I'm surprised they're still there, actually.
Me too. But it's not because of Don or Candace.
Oh, no. Mm-mm.
And that's the thing. That's a perfect example of why I say I don't believe that they're heartbroken. I don't believe it. If they were, they would have. I guarantee Brandy and Tyler have fresh flyers all the time.
Mm-hmm. Kyron Horman's mom, too.
Yes.
Yep.
Don and Candace probably don't even have a flyer.
Mm-mm. They probably never had any.
Right. Except for ones that people gave to them.
Well, yeah. I was going to say, but yeah.
All right. We're almost done. Oh, we're about halfway through here.
sign of hope that Summer Wells could still come home nearly 4 years after she disappeared from her home on Ben Hill Road.
It's very bad, and and then when you add the social media pressure, of them saying that we're suspects or whatever, that just adds to it, and it's.
Sir, Ronnie Lawson said that.
Yes.
Everyone is still a person of interest or suspect, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm. Josh from the lab sent them a whole bunch. I guess they either burn them or send them back.
I'm not surprised. And hi, Annie.
I think all pharmacy was drive-through or mailed during COVID. Yeah. Yep.
Kind of living a nightmare.
Summer's mother, Candace, has only spoken to us on camera once.
Yeah, we
she
know.
declined to be a part of this interview minutes before we started recording.
She wanted to, but all them fears started creeping up, of what happened, in the beginning with the
guilt,
the social media and everything, hunting us down everywhere we go, and
cutting you down,
trying to basically ruin us everywhere we go, and she's just.
Did he say hunting or cutting?
Cutting.
Well, what have you given us to compliment you about? Like where, if we shouldn't cut you down?
Not a ding dang thing.
Right. I mean, those are the two options that we have, right? Are we going to give you compliments for being good parents out there, being the voice for your missing child? Or are we going to cut you down for being pieces of shit who run and hide and only do interviews like this where you talk
Yep.
about yourselves?
Yep. And how bad you've got it.
Yeah.
And how hard it is on you.
Yep. Not thinking about what the boys are going through, not thinking anything about them losing their sister and then losing the only life that they ever knew a month later and being put with strangers because you couldn't get your shit together. Like, I understand everybody falls on hard times, some worse than others. And it's a good thing to have a foster care system. I have a family member who has a foster child right now, and she has fallen in love with this child and does not want to give the child back and has talked about a possible adoption process. There are good foster parents out there, but then there's also not so good ones too.
Yeah.
How would they have felt if their boys were with not so good foster parents? Would they even give a shit? I don't think so, because right now their children are orphans, basically, and it's their fault.
Especially by the way that they have gave up their rights to save their own self. Would you get off from my computer, please, ma'am?
She's back.
Tinsel, move.
She said, I will not.
Especially since they gave up their, oh my God. Since they gave up their rights to save their ass, probably not.
Right.
In my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Just having nightmares.
After Summer's disappearance, the Wells' 3 oldest boys were put into Department of Children's Services custody, with Dawn and Candace eventually signing their rights over.
We haven't received any updates from them, no contact. And in fact, they deleted the phone number or blocked my phone.
Good.
As soon as we got done with that case and signed our children over.
And still today,
As they should.
one word describes their entire situation.
It's heartbreaking.
In Hawkins County, Ansley Daniel, News Channel 11.
It's heartbreaking. For who, Donald?
For who?
I've seen so many people online in the Summer Wells community who, even if you just took a fifth of their compassion, it has been more than I've seen from Dawn and Candace combined over the last 4 freaking years.
Yeah, to keep themselves out of jail. Yep. I sure did, Annie. Yep.
I just don't understand it.
Ma'am, you're going to make me end my life before I need to.
I said, she's kind of the bossy boss around here.
Yes.
Oh
my goodness. Yeah.
I think that's probably it. There's only like 15 seconds left, so.
I recall Candace on the phone call with Cher saying, yeah, that's what we were just talking about. They were living their best life.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Sad.
And she was freaking awesome. Like, how could you have this adorable baby girl and not give 2 shits?
I know.
Like, I don't understand.
Uh-oh. She stepped on.
Snap.
She stepped on my computer. I thought she was going to end it for me
before
I had a chance to. I was like, oh, she's fixing to end it, and everybody's going to think, well, what did she do?
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Okay, let me show you the cowardly lion face here.
Yes. And then I probably should end it since somebody's walking all over my table.
All right, give me just a minute to find it on my phone and get it to my laptop.
I'm trying to block her. So would you quit walking on my stuff?
Nope, I will not.
You are just really showing it tonight.
Oh my goodness, did you see my last community post of the rainbow?
I don't think I got to see it. Was it earlier today?
I don't remember when I posted it. Hell if I know.
I seen that, Annie. I seen that, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?" Because I had heard that they were working with like a CPS like expert that goes after a CPS that is questionable, like what they do is questionable, like so the rights of the parents were violated or something. I heard that they were doing that.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I heard that.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. But I don't
Okay.
think they'll win because they've got a child missing, you know, and one that probably doesn't, that's old enough to say where he wants to go and probably don't want to go back.
Don't they have to be accepted into the lawsuit though?
I think
how does that work?
Yeah, I'm not sure how it works. I didn't even know there was such a thing until recently. Yeah. Yeah. But I did hear that, Annie. I sure did.
That's crazy. Okay, you see the screen?
Yep.
You see the rainbow?
Oh yeah, I do. That's pretty.
I have never seen both ends of the rainbow.
I have a couple of times I've seen both ends of it. It's pretty cool. Yep. Looks like a bridge, don't it?
Yes, it's so gorgeous.
It is. That's pretty.
My brother took these pictures. He was out on the jet ski and he had to stop and take the pictures, and just the being on the water and the backdrop, like God is good,
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, look how bright those colors are.
They're
Just
so pretty.
gorgeous.
The whales would be the last person you would want to use, and that's yep.
Right.
They would be. They're not an example at all to be using because they didn't do their part to get them back either. So I don't know what they think they would get out of that because they did. It would be like, okay, well, they did this to these parents, and then these parents did everything they could to get them back and still didn't. That wouldn't be that case. That wouldn't be their
Right.
case. Their case would be right opposite of that. They did nothing to get them back. So you're right, Annie. They wouldn't be a good candidate for that. I agree. Yep, that is pretty.
It's just gorgeous. He sent me the pictures and I was like, oh my goodness, I have to share those.
Yeah.
I guess I've never seen a full rainbow. I've always seen one end or the other.
Yeah.
And so seeing it like that with both of them, both ends on it, just amazing.
Yep, I have seen it. Yep. Not often,
Right.
but I have seen it.
Okay, here we go. You ready to see the cowardly lion?
Sure, let me see.
All right, let's see. Share this tab instead. Do you see it?
Yeah, but I don't know who he is.
He's one of the McAlberts.
Oh, I don't know that case.
The Karen Reed case? John
Oh,
O'Keefe case?
okay. I don't recognize him without something on his head.
He's the Boston police officer who slept through all of the whole ordeal with a dead Boston police officer on his front lawn, feet away
Yeah.
from his window.
Why does he look different there?
I don't know. This is the interview that they did after the verdict.
Is that where they're all sitting there together
Mm-hmm.
and they're saying,
That they're victims.
yeah.
Yep.
He just doesn't look like, he does look like a cowardly lion. Chubby cheeks and all. He's got the cheeks and all. You know how they hang like that?
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why I said, like, he's just as gross as Dawn, because I
Yeah, he
honestly believe that
Yeah.
he is covering up the murmur of a fellow officer
He is.
because it happened at his house.
Yep. Yep.
And I think that's dirty. And when during this interview, they said that the reporter said, "Why didn't you go outside and try to help? You're a first responder."
Yeah.
And he said, "I'm a Boston police officer, not a Canton police officer." Oh, well, okay.
That doesn't matter.
Right. You took an oath.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what city or town or state or continent. If somebody is in need, you should be there to help them because you are certified and qualified to do it.
Yep.
But then he had the balls to say that he would have taken a bullet for John O'Keefe. Well, I guess only if you're awake.
Yeah. Right.
And not in your underwear. Because he said, "What was I supposed to do? Run outside in my underwear and wrap the crime scene tape around the fire hydrant?"
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have.
Call 911.
I mean, it's proven that his sister-in-law called his wife at 6:07 and 6:08 a.m. and the calls were answered.
Mm-hmm.
So don't give me the BS line, you didn't know what was going on your own front yard.
Yeah.
It woke up the neighbors next door.
Mm-hmm.
And their window was way further away than yours.
Yeah. Yeah. No way.
I have zero compassion.
They're just mad because they didn't get away with it.
Right. Because people know the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And there's still a chance because there is no statute of limitations on murmur.
Right.
Or
because nobody was charged. And
right.
And nobody's been tried except for Karen.
Yep. And conspiracy to commit is also, I think, no statute of limitations on that too. So
that's probably what they're worried about.
Still plenty of time.
Yep.
I mean, the FBI was doing the investigation, and the only person that has said that the FBI investigation was closed was Hanky Brennan, the special prosecutor that was brought in and paid $75,000 to do the second trial.
He don't tell the FBI when to close the case.
No, he told the defense team that the FBI had closed the case, but nobody has seen proof of that, even the defense team.
Yeah. They're just blowing smoke.
Yep. I agree, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Did you guys watch the Karen Reed trial, either one of them?
I didn't watch the first one. I watched the second one.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I didn't watch the first one because, I've watched Turtle Boy a couple times since the trial because I wanted to hear his point of view and, what he had to say after the verdict and stuff, because I knew that he was like hardcore that Karen was innocent,
Yeah.
And after watching the second trial myself, I believe that she is factually innocent too.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to hear what he had to say. And, he had, where was I going with that? He had brought up something and I just lost it. Oh, he said that when he first heard about the case, he lives in Massachusetts, and so anything involving law enforcement, he's usually reporting on because he's always backed the blue. Anytime that something would happen, he would always report about it, and 99% of the time he would believe law enforcement.
Mhm.
And so he said when he first heard about it, he was like, when a cop is murmured, it's either by somebody who should have never been out on the streets anyway, or, like a severe case. And so when he heard that it was a girlfriend of the officer that was being charged, he was like, oh, well, that sucks, but
Yeah.
it's not a big case. So like, that's not a huge deal, and kind of blew it off because the Commonwealth charged her, like they must
Yeah.
have had enough evidence to charge her. And so he kind of blew it off. And then when the pictures came out of John O'Keefe's injuries and he saw John's arm, and that was basically the only bodily injuries that
Mhm.
he had, minus the head injury, he was like, she didn't hit him with a car.
No.
And that's when he jumped back into it and was like, what is happening?
Mhm.
And that's how I saw it too. Like,
Yeah.
even when I found out that there was a turtle boy that was saying that she was innocent and she didn't do it. And like the Glares started talking about Turtle Boy, and he was riding hard for Turtle Boy, who was riding hard for Karen. And, I still stayed back because I was like, they charged her. They're going through a trial. Like, obviously they got something. And so that's why I never latched onto it. And it was very much like sports. You have your favorite team and you love them and hate everybody else.
Right.
And that's how I felt the Karen Reed trial was.
Yeah.
Either you love her or you hate her.
Yeah.
Either she's innocent or she is guilty as sin. And
Right.
there's no in between.
No.
And
Yeah.
I didn't want to get into that drama, But when I heard that there was a retrial going on, I was like, okay, now I'm interested.
Yeah. Yeah.
What happened? How did they get a hung jury?
Yeah. And I believe she's innocent too.
Yeah.
She wasn't.
Absolutely.
She was nowhere near there when that happened.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Nope. She was already back at John's.
And how are you going to back over somebody over a curb and miss and be drunk and miss the power pole that's there too?
Well, the flagpole, the fire hydrant, the electric box.
You're going to miss all that. If you're drunk, how are you going to maneuver through all that and hit him and nothing else?
And it's 12:30 at night, in the morning, whatever.
Yeah.
And it's starting to snow, and it's huge snowflakes because
Yeah.
it's the beginning of a blizzard, but there's just enough snow to track a cat.
Yeah.
And you're going 24 miles an hour in reverse.
Yeah. No way. You're not even going to make it over the curb at 24 miles an hour. You're going to have to back it up and go, yeah, no.
Well, and they were saying that his head injury happened when he landed on the frozen ground.
Yeah.
The grass.
Yeah, no. No.
When you look at that injury, you can clearly see. And I don't know if I sent you the picture or not, but if you can stomach looking at his head injury.
Yeah, you sent it to me along with his arms.
Yes.
Yeah.
The letters above the injury on his head. How did those letters get there?
Yeah.
There were 4 letters. It almost looked like it said jury.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think the second letter, I don't remember what it is right now, but I want to say, I don't remember, but it was something, J something R-Y.
Yeah. And I did see that Crystal Rogers got her justice. I did see that.
I have not. I want to go back and watch that trial. I've heard a lot about her, but I don't know anything about her case.
In my opinion, they are guilty of not just her murder, her death either. I don't think. I think they're guilty of others too.
Oh.
And that's my opinion, but yeah.
So were there multiple people charged?
2.
Okay. And the other one I want to watch too is the Brian Walsh from Massachusetts, because the same officers that were working Karen's case were working his case too. And I think it's his wife that was murdered. And I don't know if he did it or not, or if it was a shoddy investigation like Karen's investigation went.
Mm-hmm.
Because when former trooper Michael Proctor was interviewed, he said he wouldn't have done anything different. Anything. Because that's how he's done it on every case. That's how they've investigated every case.
Then every case, it must be shady then.
Right. And if that's the case, how many innocent people are sitting in prison right now because of a shoddy former trooper?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think everybody that had him as the lead investigator on their case should get a retrial.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to hop down. Thank you for having me up.
Yes, ma'am. I'm glad you came up. It's been a while.
A long while.
No. I know.
I've missed being here and chatting with you guys. And
well, maybe tomorrow night, if I can, I'll get on the looking glass. I'll send you a StreamYard invitation.
Awesome.
So,
and I will do my best to hop on.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for coming up, my friend.
I love you guys in chat, and I love you, Tammy. And may you have the kind of day that karma feels you've earned. And until next time, I love you bunches.
Bye, my friend. Love you.
Bye. Love you.
Seen it come up on YouTube. Yeah. Well, everyone, thank y'all for being here tonight. All except for the one, but that's not bad. My chats are usually really good, and I usually don't have that come in here, so I was kind of surprised. But Mandy took care of it, and we just rocked on. But thank y'all for joining me. I do appreciate everyone, all of my sweet mods, Megan that came in, and Miss Smith and Eve. Miss sweet Eve always stays with me to the end. And Wolfie was in here. I do appreciate all of y'all coming in and hanging out. And Mandy, I'm glad you can make it. It's been a while. I'm glad you can make it. And Miss Cher, in and out. I hope she's feeling better. But I do hope everybody has a wonderful Thursday. It's already Thursday. But I hope you have a wonderful Thursday and a wonderful rest of the week. And prayers for everyone in Texas. Definitely prayers for everyone in Texas. Prayers for Seclusion Works. Hope they get better, get some rest, get off of social media, and take some time for themselves and get out of that stress. Praying for them. But thank y'all for being here. I appreciate you. We're going to talk some more on Mr. Man. We'll finish the video. We may not finish it, but we'll work on it next week. So I'm not monetized. No, not yet. I got to get to 500, and I haven't made it there yet. So maybe I will. Maybe I will this year. We'll see. But I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of the night. Get some rest. I will see y'all later. And remember, be kind to everyone everywhere, and especially be kind to yourself. Good night, y'all. Thank you for being here. I will see you later. Sweet dreams, Mandy. And sweet dreams, everybody. Good night. Bye.